experience. Bravo Trailers, the official trailer of Trans Am. Get in gear with Buzz electric bicycles. The Buzz Centris folding e-bike is a game changer for racers, pit crews, campers, and truck fans. Zoom into buzzbicycles.com and snag an extra $100 off the already discounted price with promo code SVRA100. These low prices won't last, so don't miss out on the ultimate trackside companion. Buzz, the official paddock bike of SVRA. SVRA Group 6 are for the big bore production sports cars and sedans through 1972. Basically think Trans Am cars of that era in Group 6. But we also have Group 8, which are for series-produced sports cars and sedans in production prior to 1979. So things like a Datsun 240Z, BMW 2002, Porsche 911s, the Datsun 510, all part of Group 8. And Group 12B are some of the more contemporary cars, GT and sports cars, raced between 1973 and 5 years prior to today's date. These are production-based cars like Motorola Cup or any other of the stock or prepared racing series. Also, IMSA, GTO, and GTU small bore cars are accepted in Group 12. Spin at turn 5, the 04 of Ron Pauley in his Lexus IS 300. That's a Grand Am Cup ST1 car. Has spun it. Looks like he's gotten back underway, however, so all good. We're now clear down at turn 5. We're about halfway through this session. Jonathan DeGainer in that Devon, that black Devon Evolution, number 111. Our quickest driver so far by about 4 seconds. He's from Group 6. Michael Origer in pair one of the two blue Chevy Corvettes, the 969 and the 696. His teammate Robert G. in the number 696, currently 5th quick. Rick and Travis Frang in their pair of Corvettes are 3rd and 4th respectively. Rick with the 77 is 3rd. Travis in the 5 is 4th. Fritz Seidel In the number 21 Porsche RSR is 6th. Scott Shadell in the number 36 blue Chevy Camaro is 7th. Rob May in the number 13A Dodge Challenger is now 7th. 9th is Werner Cordas in the number 27 BMW 325 IR. He's the quickest of the Group 12 cars. Everything ahead of him, 8th and up, are all from Group 6. We understand the 99 of Larry Lunda in the gravel trap in his Porsche 914. And that's going to bring out a black flag, which will bring everybody into the pit lane. And he's back underway. So perhaps no need for the black flag, but it's already been shown. So these cars will be making their way around. And we're going right to race control says we're going right back to green. So the black flags have been withdrawn, and we're back to green. Scott Shadell went a little wide down at the bottom of the hill at turn 5 in the 36A blue Chevy Camaro, but no harm, no foul. He's continued. Got a little break built into the schedule after this session to allow us to get caught up and do a quick track inspection. But next up will be the JSF4 practice session starting at 10:20. Looks like we're going to be right on schedule. Grid will be opening in just a couple minutes time. So attention in the Ligier JSF4 paddock. Your grid will be open momentarily for practice. Checkered flag has fallen on this session. Jonathan DeGainer in the Devon continues to show the way to the rest of the field. Michael Origer in the 969, Chevy Corvette is second. Rick Frang in the number 77 Corvette is third. Fritz Seidel in the 21 Porsche RSR. Fourth, Travis Frang in the number 5 Corvette Roadster rounds out the top 5. All of those from Group 6. In Group 12, Ethan Tovo takes top honors in the number 13 Toyota GR86 Cup car. Second in Group 12, Werner Cordas in the number 27 BMW M235IR. In Group 8, Lisa Hansen leads the way in her number 110 Porsche 911S. Second in Group 8, Kellen Weinberger in the number 36 Porsche 911. George Ballback in the number 0 Porsche 911 makes it an all Porsche top 3 from Group 8. Just a brief break for a track inspection, and then we'll be back with you in just about 6 minutes' time. 10:20, the scheduled start of practice for the Ligier JSF4 Championship drivers. They'll be taking the track for their first practice session of the day.
Get ready for a thrilling night of sprint car racing at the Road America Challenge, June 8th, located just 5 miles from Road America at Plymouth Dirt Track. Don't miss the bumper-to-bumper IRA Outlaw Sprint Series and PDTR MSA 360 Wing Sprints. Adult tickets just $25 until June 3rd, with kids 6 to 11 getting in for $11. Plus, if you buy before June 3rd, you get a free pit pass for the Road America Challenge and a promo code redeemable for $15 off a Sunday ticket for the NTT IndyCar Expel Grand Prix at Road America. 2 great race events in one weekend. Mark your calendars. Grab your tickets now. And race fans, don't miss out on the incredible ticket specials for Road America. In 2024, you experience the thrill of Moto America for just $80, heart-pounding action of IndyCar for $140, or catch the excitement of IMSA for just $130. Get your tickets now. Secure your spot at these premier road racing events. Don't wait. Grab your tickets today and be part of the adrenaline-fueled action here at Road America. We'd like to thank our landmark sponsors, Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin Straubel Field, Quad, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and SeaTech Cabinets, Bank First, and MotorcycleBuys.com. Road America is pleased to feature Palermo's Pizza, Mission Foods Tortilla and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Pepsi Soft Drinks, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, and Larry's Distributing, family of malt beverages. I'd like to acknowledge our official fire and safety sponsors, Halmatro, Jefferson Safety, AMR, Crete Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Finish Line Towing, Safety Clean, and Soundhouse Hearing Protection. And our partner organizations that help make Road America the best track experience possible: Quick Trip, Spark Ops Fabricators, Wisconsin Lighting Labs, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Springs, Milwaukee Tool, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, UW Green Bay, Marwin Sports, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, West Bend Insurance, Third Coast IT, Eden Valder Stone, Gravely, Clean Tools, River Run Press, Van Horn, and Wisconsin Lottery.
Introducing our newest partner, Customers Bank. They provide a full range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions backed by personalized service to help you go further, faster. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender, customersbank.com. Customers Bank, the official bank of SVRA and Trans Am. Shift gears into the winner's circle with MCO Racing Transmissions. From engineering and product development of driveline systems to re-engineering of legacy driveline assemblies, a made-in-the-USA family-owned business since 1935. Visit us in the paddock or go to mcogears.com and check out our high-performance driveline and steering components. MCO Gears, an authorized gear company of Trans Am and SVRA. Welcome to the Ligier JSF4 Championship, a brand new championship with old cars, which is kind of an oxymoron, I guess, for want of a better term. But this is an opportunity for drivers as young as 14 years of age to get a taste of what it's like to drive one of these machines. And these are the now retired from the F4 US Championship competition, the original F4 chassis that we've run in the championship since 2016. We've supplanted that here this weekend with the first round of the new F4 car, the Ligier JSF 422. So this is the older JSF 416, the 2016 variant, and an opportunity for these drivers to get some track time and look forward perhaps to a full season of F4 US Championship racing next year. We've got 12 entries here this weekend, 9 of which are rookies to our series. We've had one round of racing at New Orleans, Louisiana. Teddy Musella won 2 of the 3 races and finished second in the other, so he is the points leader by a pretty comfortable margin, almost 23 points over Bacon Zelenka. Bacon, a returning driver, Teddy, a rookie to us with Scuderia Buell, not having raced with us in the past. But Bacon Zelenka is now in his second year of competition. He finished 12th in the F4 US Championship a year ago out of Lyons, Illinois. Teddy Musella out of Orlando, Florida, is a 14-year-old, so he's, I think, looking forward to perhaps stepping up to the F4 US Championship when he turns 15, which is the minimum age for F4 US. Maite Caceres from International Motorsports, the Uruguayan, in the number 6 car. Maite drives for the International Motorsports team. She did a partial season with us last year in the F4 Championship. She comes from a racing family. Her father and brother are both drivers in her native Uruguay. She's studying chemical engineering at the moment. Maite is currently 3rd in the championship, the first female driver to finish on the podium twice in a weekend. She had a 2nd and a 3rd at NOLA. In fact, nearly came home with a win after making a pass for the lead on the penultimate lap, but went a little wide in the final corner and ended up falling back just a bit. But Maite will be somebody to watch. She's been near the top of the timing screens in the practice session or the test sessions yesterday. Kekai Hawanio in the number 29 for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Kekai out of Plant City, Florida, a 17-year-old. Finished 8th in the championship a year ago with 2 podium finishes. He had both of his podium finishes at VIR, 9 other top 10s over the course of the season. We've got a car that made contact with the wall down at turn 5 and knocked a corner off of that machine. So he or she is going to need a little help to get back into the pit lane. So we've got a quick black flag in the early part of this session. Red flag just now being called by Scott Goodyear, our race director, so we can get a safety vehicle down there to recover that damaged car. Can't see the number from our camera position, but we'll try to identify who that might be. Safety crew on the scene of the damaged car down at turn 5. And we have confirmation that's Harbor Doss in the number 49. Harbor out of Solon, Ohio, up near Cleveland, is a 19-year-old for the new Berg DMG racing team. Alan Berg, a Formula One driver, and his son Alex, partnership with Francois Doran to form this new Berg DMG racing. Harbor is a freshman in mechanical engineering at Georgia Tech. Has done a lot of racing in Spec MX-5. Built a go-kart, kind of a yard cart, basically from scratch when he was an 8th grader after learning how to weld. So Harbor, a constructor of sorts as well as a driver. Unfortunately, he's fine. Obviously, just overcooked his braking just a little bit, left it a little bit too late, and made contact with the inside wall right at the apex of turn number 5. Christopher Parrish doing double duty this weekend in the number 83 car. He's a 19-year-old out of Terrell, Texas. One of 2 cars in the field from the IGY6 Motorsports team. Christopher is an off-road racer as well. He's doing double duty this weekend, doing some dirt off-road racing at another track, as well as his duties here at Road America. He's currently 5th in the points. He had 3 top 10s in the round at NOLA, still looking for his first podium of the year. Brad Madgman, a 15-year-old out of Melbourne, Australia. Had a good weekend at NOLA. In fact, finished on the podium in one race, but unfortunately a post-race penalty was assessed, which dropped him down the order, so he doesn't get credit for that podium finish. Brad will be one to watch from Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Drew Such in the Such Racing number 28, also with 3 top 10s, should we say, at NOLA. Couple drivers who competed with us in the JSF4 Championship at NOLA have taken delivery of their new Ligier JSF 422s and stepped up into the F4 US Championship. Daniel Quimby from the Atlantic Racing Team and Pablo Benitez Jr. from Scuderia Buell moving up into the F4 Championship. We'll see them a little later on. Parker Wallen, one of 2 drivers from the Jensen team in the number 2, currently 10th in the points order. His teammate Jake Pollock is currently 11th in the order. Jacob Lauter in the 72 for IGY6 Motorsports. In 12th, Dimitri Nolan for Crosslink Kiwi. And Harbor Doss did not score points at NOLA. As the clock continues to run in this practice session, again, the red flag brought out by Harbor Doss with an off down at turn 5. The car in this championship is the original F4 chassis introduced here in 2016. This Ligier JSF 4 series under the auspices of PMH Holdings. As we're being given 1 minute before we release cars, we understand 1 minute to release cars. And again, it's an opportunity for teams and drivers who have invested in these original cars to get a little more mileage out of them and use it as a training ground, if you will. Tony Perella, the major domo of PMH Holdings, coming up with this idea. We're going to see a similar idea for the TA2 series, as this weekend will mark the debut of the TA2 Cup series. We've got some drivers from that coming out on track a little later on. Tony is very much into giving young drivers an opportunity to work their way into top-level competition, and this is the class that will permit that to happen, and we've had good success with it so far, this being our second venue of the year. As the green flag is out, cars leaving the pit lane, heading back out onto the track with about 13 minutes remaining in this session. This car, as we mentioned, been racing since 2016. When it was originally built, it was a Crawford. That was back before the merger between Crawford Composites and Ligier Automotive a few years ago. So it's been rebadged as a Ligier, but Andy Scriven, the late great designer of this race car, working for Max Crawford at Crawford Composites to do the design work on it. The power plant is also provided this year by Mountoon. Again, it's a Honda-based four-cylinder. It's basically the same engine as we saw in the Formula Regional Americas cars, but without the turbocharger, run in normally aspirated mode. Mountoon taking over the power supply sponsorship for these cars as well as the Formula Regional Americas cars. And of course, Hankook tires in these cars. Arbor Daas's car just now coming into the pit lane on the tow truck. We can see it just across from our commentary position here overlooking the start-finish line at Elkhart Lakes Road America, America's National Park of Speed. This car at this track competed here multiple times prior. The lap record was set here a year ago by Jesse Lacey, a 2:17.924. The race lap record was set here 2 years ago in 22 by Matt Christensen at a 2:19.141. So once these cars get back up to speed, we'll see how anybody is doing. We've already seen potential lap record pace from the Formula Regional Americas Championship cars. We'll see if any of these drivers can approach that pace here as well. This the second year we've raced with the brand new pavement here at Road America. And with a year of seasoning, it's going to be a little bit quicker, we think, as we were the first race weekend on this new pavement a year ago. It was a little slick, especially offline. Not quite as quick in some areas as it has shown to be this year. So looking forward to some good pace from these cars. And of course, the brand new Ligier JSF 422, we'll see it out just before the lunch break for their first practice session. This is their debut weekend. They did not take part in the NOLA weekend, but since we unveiled the car here 1 year ago, it seems only appropriate that we unveil the series here at Road America. The folks at Ligier North America down in Denver, North Carolina, building these cars. The demand has outstripped the supply in the early stages of this season, but they're continuing to work to get these cars into the hands of the teams, and we expect the field to grow as the season wears on. Drew Such in the number 28 posted on social media. They were doing some testing leading up to this weekend and unfortunately lost an oil pump in that engine, but they got it repaired and Drew is back out on track here. These cars with a little different exhaust note than the Formula Regional cars. The Formula Regional cars being turbocharged, it sort of mutes the exhaust note a little bit. These have a little sharper exhaust note. The F4 cars, which we'll see, the new F4 cars, which we'll see a little later on, with a brand new V4 power plant. The Ligier Storm V4 has a very, very different exhaust note. It'll be interesting to compare them to these cars. Keikai Hawanio currently fourth in the points championship after the round at NOLA. Quickest at the moment, a 2:19.887 for Keikai. And that's approaching lap record pace. Australian Brad Madgman in the number 95 for Crosslink Kiwi, currently second. Bacon Zelenka currently third, with Christopher Parrish and Teddy Musella rounding out the top five. But it's very early days. They had only gotten one lap in prior to Harbor Das's incident down at turn 5. So we'll give these drivers an opportunity. We were talking to some of the drivers and teams after testing yesterday, and this new track surface is so smooth it takes a lap or two to get temperature into these Hankook slicks. So these drivers having to work pretty hard at it to get the tire temperatures up into the working range. Jacob Lauter went a little wide at turn 12, Canada corner, but has been able to continue. Brad Madgman takes over the top spot, a 2:19.038, and that is quicker than the existing race lap record, but still about a second off the qualifying lap record pace. Christopher Parrish, second quick in the IGY6 number 83. Bacon Zelenka third fast in the number 45 for Crosslink Kiwi. Keikai Hawanio in the 29 is fourth. Teddy Musella, the points leader, currently fifth in this session. In testing yesterday, Brad Madgman was quickest. Bacon Zelenka was second, Keikai Hawanio third. So the usual suspects at the front of the field here, as we've got just about 5 minutes remaining in this session after a little bit of an interruption for that problem for Harbor Das's car. Although this new class is no longer under FIA sanction, the cars built to FIA F4 Generation 1 specifications. Of the three classes, this is the only one that runs without the Halo cockpit protection device, which predates that requirement. The FIA mandated from 2018 onward that all new Formula car chassis that run under FIA specification must have the Halo cockpit protection device, and the new F4 US car does indeed have the Halo. So this one, like I say, predated that by a couple years. Brad Madgman dips into the 2:18s, 2:18.665. So Madgman continuing to show the pace here. Bacon Zelenka staying with him, only about 3/4 of a second back with a 2:19.3. Christopher Parrish, another quarter second behind him with a 2:19.6. Keikai Hawanio, another quarter second behind him with a 2:19.8. Teddy Musella turns his best lap, about 0.6 behind Hauaneo. Checkered flag coming out just a couple minutes early, as we've had a car pull off just before the new Mission Foods bridge. That is, we believe, the 28 of Drew Such, as he is pulled off with a mechanical just at the exit of the carousel turn. So the checkered flag coming out just a couple minutes early. We'll check the lap times in progress as these cars come to the line. Looks like everyone's across the line. Brad Madgman hangs on to the top spot. A 2:18.665, better than the existing race lap record, but just a little shy of the qualifying lap record, considering these cars running on used tires. That's a pretty good pace. Looking forward to qualifying later today. Bacon Zelenka about 3/4 of a second back in the 45. Christopher Parrish, another quarter second back in the 83. Kekai Hauaneo in the 29, a further quarter second back. Teddy Musella, the points leader, best he could do was 5th in this session, about 0.6 of a second behind Hauaneo. Parker Wallen and Jake Pollock, the two Jensen drivers, are 6th and 7th. Drew Such, who came to a stop there at the exit of the carousel, is 8th. Maite Casaras back in 9th in the number 6. Jacob Lauter in the 72 is 10th. Dimitri Nolan is 11th, and Harbor Doss did not complete a lap after his off down at turn 5. Will finish 12th. Attention in the SVRA paddock. Group 9, you should be on your way to the false grid, if not already there. Group 9 next up. A family-owned business, FPEC is dedicated to keeping their promise to engineer and produce reliable, custom-designed machinery for the meat and food industries. FPEC, SVRA's food processing equipment partner. Furia Corsa has you covered for all your racing, preparation, and transportation needs. Professional preparation keeps you safe. Engineering keeps you up front, and quality support keeps you on the track. Stop by and see the Furia Corsa team on Vendor Row and check out their website at furiacorsa.com. Furia Corsa, authorized professional services for all your racing needs company of SVRA. On paper, at least, these should be the most potent cars here this weekend. These are the Wings and Slicks Formula cars, making up SVRA Group 9. These all being vintage cars, of course. Be curious to see how they stack up with the more contemporary Formula Regional Americas cars. Lapping in the low 2 minutes, 2:03s, thereabouts. A couple of these cars certainly with the capability to better that time. The two we always look forward to. No, we won't necessarily see in these practice sessions, but Brian French in his 1997 Benetton Formula One car and James French in the 1997 Jordan Formula One car, always crowd favorites. Dudley Fleck in his Lola BO200, the 2006. That's a X-Kart champ car, Cosworth-powered machine. Sebastian Bourdais drove a car just like it to the championship. Back in that era, right at the tail end of the kart era. Nathan Bird in his rather new JDR. Also one to watch, the 00, quite quick. Robert Blaine is out there in that orange number 9. That's a 1975 March Formula One car. A car just like it, driven by Leila Lombardi, the first woman ever to score points in a Formula One machine. Got a couple ex-Indy Lights cars in the field. The Lola T9720, Marc Giraud in the 30, Travis Engen in the 31, both in those cars. Gerald Sokolsky in the number 46. Same story. Brian French rolling the Benetton down the pit lane, so perhaps we will see the Benetton in this practice session. Just about halfway through this session, Bruce Hamilton setting the quickest pace in the Swift 014. A 2:07.958, the quickest time. Gerald Sokolsky in one of the Indy Lights cars. The Lola T9720, number 46, is second fast. Nathan Bird in the JDR Anomaly, number 00, currently third fastest. Mark Giroux in that another of the Indy Lights cars, number 30, currently fourth. Jim Booth in the Swift 016, slightly more contemporary Formula Atlantic car. Travis Engen now jumps into the top three in another of the Lola T9720 Indy Lights cars. He and Sokolsky within about 0.3 of each other, running second and third at the moment. Brian French in the number 8 Benetton Formula One car comes by on his first flyer, working his way through traffic. James French in the Jordan 197, still sitting on the pit lane. Looks like the crew trying to get that car fired up. In fairness, both those cars running with the Judd V10 engine. Still makes a sweet noise, but it's not the very high-strung and difficult to maintain original Formula One power plants.
But you can still hear them in the kink.
Yes, indeed.
From over here, yeah. Behind the closed glass doors. So if that tells you anything.
Yep. And they're pushing James's car away from the pit stall, so both the Frenches are out. Brian and James, father and son. Always one of the highlights of this weekend, for me at least, as a gray-haired Formula One fan. I can remember when those cars were new.
Somebody just went off in 10 underneath the Mission Foods Bridge. So waving yellow over in the carousel for the moment.
Brian French immediately goes quickest. Brian French comes by, fast time of the day, 2:01.576 for the number 8.
And we've seen those cars do about a 151 on a cleared, clean day.
Yep.
Gorgeous weather for this Friday, though.
Oh, you bet. After yesterday, we had some showers. As I drove up to the track yesterday, coming up just north of Milwaukee, it was pouring down rain. But we were pretty lucky here yesterday. Most of the rain missed us, but we did have a little track dampening. But the weather forecast for the rest of the weekend, keep your fingers crossed and touch wood. Looks like it's going to stay Chamber of Commerce kind of weather. James French is so quick that he wasn't even picked up by timing and scoring as he came blasting by our vantage point in the yellow Jordan Formula One car.
Technically, that would be the first time through the stripes, so since he pushed off from pit lane, he would not have crossed the line that time.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
He was technically on the Utelap. Brian French goes just shy of flat 2. It's a 2-minute 0.8. So 0.8 away from sub 2 minute, which we would certainly expect once the tires come up to temperature. But as John said, always a pleasure to see those two cars out on the racetrack. It is a crowd favorite, no doubt.
More fun to hear them, quite frankly. I saw a piece, the contemporary Formula One machinery, making noises that perhaps for their, not the next, but the second new engine specification for 2030, there's talk they might go back to normally aspirated V8s. That would be a nice thing if that happens. As the hybrid V8s that they're running now don't make nearly as much fun noise-wise as those kinds of Formula Ones who just went by.
And there it goes, a 2.6. So James French pips pops and goes purple. So James French, a 2-minute 0.683.
And not to be outdone, Daddy goes quickest at a 1:56.
Father knows best, right?
Yeah, exactly right.
That is,
of course, he's got a couple more laps to get the tires up to temperature.
Just a few, but sub 2 minutes for the first time here on a Friday afternoon or Friday morning still. But this is a great day. Of course, coming up at our lunch break, the new bridge dedication over in turn 10, just outside the carousel near the beach. So the Mission Foods Bridge going to be dedicated during our lunch break today. So that's exciting. Happy to have them aboard.
This session winding down. We have one more SVRA practice session before the lunch break. That's for groups 10, 12A, and TA2 Club. You should be on your way to the grid if you're not already there. And then just before lunch, we'll have the debut of the brand new F4 championship cars. They'll be out at 11:40. That'll take us right up to the lunch break. By the way, those of you taking part in Sunday's Enduro, there is an Enduro meeting at the Tech Building at 12:10. So make your plans to be part of that if you're taking part in the Enduro Sunday morning. Also, for those of you in the Formula Regional Americas, F4 US or JSF4 paddock, there is a mandatory crew chief and drivers meeting at the medical building. That's coming up at 1 o'clock.
Attention race fans, get ready for an adrenaline-fueled weekend at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex during the SVRA Vintage Festival. Join us today until 5 p.m. for public karting. Saturday for Road America Kart Club from 9:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. So racing action with the karts tomorrow. And Sunday for the Road America Supermoto Series from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Don't miss out on the action-packed racing and thrilling competitions at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. We'll see you out inside the carousel as well on this SVRA weekend. If you're looking for an affordable place to stay for the races, why not stay here at the track? Whether you need lodging for one person or a group, we have the best options for race fans. It'll save you time and money when visiting us here at Road America. Check out roadamerica.com/lodging for availability and pricing. If you're looking to become a better, safer, and more confident driver, you should check out one of the Road America driving schools. The program features 3 courses: teen, high performance, and winter driving. Visit roadamerica.com. Sign up today. Racing action brought to you by Yamaha, the industry-leading power sports company. From motorcycles, ATVs, and side-by-side vehicles to power products and so much more, Yamaha revs your heart. For more information, visit yamahamotorsports.com. Experience Road America in your own vehicle as you drive around the legendary 4-mile circuit and see the track from a racer's perspective. This opportunity showcases the track with 3 guided slow-speed laps of the entire race course. Sunset Cruises kicks off with a driver's meeting. Valid driver's license is required. $25 per car. Limited spaces are available. Register in advance at roadamerica.com and click Get on Track. Fresh fried chicken, hand-breaded, cooked to perfection, and ready to eat. Where might you ask? Quick Trip. Yeah, I said Quick Trip. You're headed home from an incredible, great day here of racing at Road America. Stop by Quick Trip and make dinner easy. Quick Trip, they've got you covered. We'll see you next time. We continue to go through our Friday SVRA Spring Vintage weekend here at Road America. Again, my name is Eric Miller, the voice at Road America, alongside the voice of Mid-Ohio and the voice of the Speed Tour, John Phippen.
Yes.
John, always a pleasure to have you. We usually set up and talk about respective schedules, so we've got a quick moment here. So your schedule pretty jam-packed again down in Mid-Ohio.
It is indeed. We're back-to-back pretty much. We start early June with IMSA making its annual pilgrimage to the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. And then many of these competitors will be back for our one and only vintage weekend at Mid-Ohio, as we'll have SVRA as well as the full slate of Formula cars there as well, along with the Trans Am. So it's a jam-packed weekend. In fact, we even have an ARCA race on Friday evening. So that's a weekend where track time is at a premium for sure. And then a little bit of a break. 4th of July weekend, of course. The NTT IndyCar Series makes its annual stop at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. Vintage Motorcycle Days after that, and then we round out the day with the return of Moto America. Mid-Ohio repaved in the off-season. I haven't been up to the track since last year, so I haven't laid my eyes on the new pavement, but looking forward to that. And because of that repaving, Moto America has returned to Mid-Ohio, so we're looking forward to that. They'll round out the season in August.
Of course, Moto America here in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Here at Road America. That's always a jam-packed weekend as well. Mission Foods, King of the Baggers, always kind of a favorite fan event. And, of course, Vintage Moto Fest on Saturday of that weekend, the Ride and Bike Show. Should be a great weekend of racing activity just 2 weeks from now. The weekend following, of course, the Indianapolis 500. And then the weekend after Moto America, we have the NTT IndyCar Series returning.
Yep.
Will we see Will Power's Double Birds return? Maybe. I don't know, but that was a spectacular weekend of racing last year for the IndyCar Series when, the Double Birds have made 2 appearances from Will Power, and one was at Brian Barnhart at Loudon, if you can call back to that.
Everyone remembers that.
And Scott Dixon was the progenitor of that last year here at Road America. But it never ceases to amaze me how fast those cars are. And last year with the new pavement, there was a lot of questions going into that weekend. And no question, the downforce made the track be very fast, but we were still just shy of the record. I think with a little bit of seasoning, this racetrack, we could very well see Dario's record fall. There's a lot of naysayers out there that don't think that's going to happen, but I tell you what, Firestone's bringing really good tires with their new soft tire package,
right?
With their alternates. And it should be a great weekend of racing action. And, of course, that weekend we also have the Road America Challenge, which is the IRA sprint cars. A doubleheader that weekend. We're going to do a shuttle again from Gate 4, and they'll take you over to Plymouth Dirt Track as well. Speaking of the IRA, they are at Plymouth Dirt Track tomorrow night as well with an all-open-wheel show tomorrow night, just 5 miles away over in Plymouth. So if you're looking for some additional racing action this weekend, of course, got the karts and the Motorplex tomorrow, the bikes, the Supermoto at the Motorplex on Sunday, but Saturday nights are all right for fighting if you like the dirt track fights. So sprint cars, all open-wheel show tomorrow night at Sheboygan County Fair Park if you're interested.
Will we hear your dulcet tones?
You will not. Lauren Kelly will be there. And Lauren's grandfather, Wayne, was a long-time seat planter over in Turn 3. Loved Turn 3, and unfortunately we lost Wayne in the off-season. And a terrible loss for the racing community. He's a big fan of Road America and certainly a big fan of racing at Plymouth And that family is well involved in motorsports, but his grandson Lauren is the track announcer for the IRA. I'll actually go and do the RA Challenge. I'll actually work with Lauren during that weekend, during IndyCar weekend for the RA Challenge. I'll go over there and spin some dirt back where I grew up.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah.
it's always nice going home, but calling this place home isn't so bad either.
Yeah, yeah. Eric, of course, a second-generation racer and announcer, actually. So he's been he was a pit kid back in the day, I'm sure.
Yep. Worked on some Wing Super Modifieds. Owned my own late model team. Had some super stocks. Drove modifieds, open winged modifieds, and some sprint car stuff. So not a surprise to that. And of course, I love to poke the president of Road America, Mike Kircher, a little bit, but I did Mike's PR when he was 17. So when he first
and now he's your boss,
and now he's my boss again. Go figure. No, it's always fun to make fun of Mike a little bit, but Mike is no slouch behind the wheel of a race car either.
Yeah, yeah.
Mike raced 410s with the IRA as well as modifieds at Plymouth as well. Mike, no slouch in behind the wheel either. But great to have him at the helm here at Road America, and so many improvements in the last couple of years with his guided direction, and certainly the staff here at Road America. Have you had a chance to peruse around a little bit when you came yesterday?
I did not, unfortunately. Didn't get much of an opportunity, but this place never ceases to amaze me. Every time I come, there's something new and exciting. And I have told you and anybody who's within the sound of my voice many times, this racetrack sets the standard for any road course in the United States. And it's great to see all of the great new things happening here at Road America. The community embraces this facility, and the community ownership of the track and the great management. You mentioned Mike Kirshner taking over the top spot here in recent years. This is a real testament to what you guys do here, and my hat is off to the entire community for the investment that you continue to make in this beautiful facility. It's such a standard that everyone should try to emulate.
So, of course, we added the beach last year. There's lots of new improvements to the beach as well. And then inside the carousel, we've added a little bit of a walking trail. Inside turn 11, the bluffs, that's a new viewpoint. And James French is getting the flat toe in.
Aha.
I'm not going to speculate. Josh Colback, of course, works on that car quite a bit. Josh, good friend of mine. I'm not going to elaborate, but I would call James French Mr. Half Shaft. So I would not be surprised if something like that happened again.
A curb strike, perhaps one too many.
I'm just saying. Not to pick on James, because
James is James.
We love seeing the race car on the track, but that race car has got some bad juju with half shaft. That's all I'll say with that. But back to the improvements. Of course, the new path down in Canada Corner as well, and of course we have the path that went from the Motorplex to the inside of Canada Corner back to the Road America Center. But now we have a nice graded pathway from the parking lot on the outside of Canada Corner, from the concession stand area down into the viewing area. So a little bit more accessible for a lot more race fans, and some more carvings. So if you haven't noticed the big eagle carving behind the VIP tower.
I saw the new eagle. That is really sweet.
That is very cool. Outside gate 6, we got the Road America license plate on top of the welcome carving. It's more stuff going on at this racetrack each and every off season. It's hard to keep up even for us.
Yep.
Let alone for you race fans, but you guys get to experience it out there. We get this 10x6 glass case of emotion, and that's pretty much where we park all weekend to bring you all of the exciting action that we've got on track. And speaking of on track, some cars coming out, and most of these look like production-based and part of the TA2 club. You'll see a couple of TA2 club cars out there, as well as some of our more traditional stock car components, including Sheboygan's Brad Dahmer. Has that former Denny Hamlin Rockwell Automation NASCAR Cup Series car.
That would be Brad the Bullet.
Brad the Bullet Dahmer out of Sheboygan. Yep. Of course, fast qualifying is his name, and that's his game.
Exactly. Group 10 and Group 12 coming out. Group 10 are select GT sports cars and sedans raced between 1973 and 1999, and that includes NASCAR Cup and Busch Series stock cars, Trans Am and production-based contemporary GT cars raced from 1999 to 5 years from today's date, and the brand new TA2 Club machines are out here, and these are the, we talked about contemporary race cars. These are the current Trans Am 2 race cars taking part. Again, this is an opportunity for drivers, both young and old, who have aspirations to move up into the Trans Am Championship. An opportunity to cut their teeth here at the racetrack where the Trans Am will be a little later this summer. Thomas Ellis, Paul Ruth, Brad McAllister, Bruce Nesbitt, and John Atwell among the cars taking part in this new TA2 Club class here at Spring Vintage at Elkhart Lakes Road America, America's National Park of Speed. Also, a few Group 12 cars, GT sports cars and sedans, raced between 73 and 5 years prior to today's date. Some of the more potent of the Group 12 cars, part of this race group as well. Speaking of Brad Dahmer, he is atop the order on his first flying lap. Actually, not flying lap. That was the out lap, basically. Lance Wiskirchen, Adam Rupp, all by. Those are all Group 10 cars. Joe Dillon in his Panos Esperante GTS, number 9. From Group 12, Randy Alexander in his BMW M3. About halfway through this session, Bob Van Zelst setting the pace in the number 34 Porsche GT3R. And then the Chevy Camaro of Thomas Ellis in one of the TA2 club cars. The number 8 is second quick by just about 3 seconds. Adam Rupp in one of the probably ex-Trans Am Mustangs. The 70A is third quick. Lance Wiskirchen in a similar number 33. Edward Savagian in his number 07 TA2 Club Camaro. Currently fourth quick. Randy Alexander in the 070 BMW M3 rounds out the top 5. Lance Wiskirchen takes over the top spot in the number 33 Mustang. Adam Rupp right behind him, although we don't have times on those cars, as we've got a transponder issue with Adam Rupp's car, it looks like. Paul Suter in that number 90, 1997 Ford Thunderbird NASCAR machine. It was the last year for the Thunderbird in NASCAR competition. Thomas Ellis in the 8 and the 07 of Edward Savagian. Doing a great job with those two TA2 club cars. Ellis currently third quick. Savagian about 3/10 behind him in fourth. Brad McAllister in one of the other TA2 club cars in the number 24 is sixth. Bruce Nesbitt in the number 50 is ninth. And Paul Ruth, the last of the TA2 club cars, currently running 11th. Just in front of Jerry Robertson in that number 14 Dodge Viper. Chris Peterson in the number 78 Pontiac Grand Prix NASCAR machine, low and slow. Checkered flag is out. First to see it, Thomas Ellis in the TA2 Club number 8.
Sounds like Chris Peterson has dropped the anchor just past turn 3, just prior to the Sargento Bridge. So car off in the grass. Bringing to a close this session. Of course, coming up in our lunch break at 12:10 approximate this afternoon. So we got one more session before then, but the next session leads up into our lunch hour, and we'll dedicate the new bridge over in turn 10. So there's a ribbon cutting and all sorts of fun stuff back there. So we'll step aside and enjoy a little bit of quiet time and not have to listen to Eric and John ramble for an extended period of time coming up at lunch.
Tomorrow and Sunday, we'll have a couple fan walks, an opportunity for you to come down on the pit lane and see some of these cars up close and personal. Tomorrow's fan walk will be just prior to this class of cars that you've just seen, Groups 10, 12A, and TA2 Club, as they will be taking the green flag at about 12:50, just after the lunch break. Fan walk should kick off right around 12:15. And then on Sunday, we'll do it again, but it'll be for the Formula Regional Americas drivers just prior to their final race of the weekend. So make your plans to come down into the grid area and check that out both tomorrow and Sunday.
And just a reminder, if you want to participate with spectator karting, you'll have to do it today. It is only available through 5 p.m. today, as there is some racing action out at the Motorplex on Saturday and Sunday as well. So spectator karting just for today, back at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Brand new scoring building back there as well last season. And again, just part of the improvements that we've made here at Road America in the last couple of off seasons and throughout the season, putting everything together. But there's a lot of cool places to go check out throughout a race weekend. So if your car is running well and you got your adjustments done and you got some time, head on over to the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. Check out some of the future karts and stars here at Road America.
SVRA is proudly sponsored by Hagerty, the world's largest membership, insurance, and media organization for people who love cars. Hagerty, the official insurance partner of SVRA. Hawk Performance delivers premium friction products for racers that stop faster and last longer. Whether looking to cut seconds off your lap time or if you need superior stopping power for your tow vehicle, Hawk Performance has a product to keep you safe. Saturday's Race 1 group winners will be awarded Hawk Performance gift certificates on the podium. Hawk Performance, SVRA's official brake pad. Just a reminder, we will be streaming the Big Board feed on the Speed Tour YouTube page. So be sure to check that out, the Speed Tour TV YouTube channel, all weekend long. In fact, we're streaming right now. For those of you listening to the sound of our voice, we'll be with you throughout the weekend on the Speed Tour feed. Basically the Jumbotron images, as well as Eric's and my commentary throughout the course of the weekend.
And, of course, before we get the next session underway, just a thought to our friends at Texas Motor Speedway. Former President Eddie Gossage passing away yesterday at the age of 65. An incredible human being, and it's going to be a loss for the motorsports industry. But Eddie Gossage passing away at the age of 65 yesterday. So our thoughts are with the SMI family and certainly Texas Motor Speedway and the Gossage
and
family.
Eddie, of course, has some history here at Road America. As a matter
Does
of fact.
indeed.
Yeah, so that was a bit of a shock to all of us, and thoughts and prayers go out to Eddie and his family and friends. Last race group prior to the lunch break will be the final practice session of the weekend, and it will be for the brand new F4 U.S. Championship cars as we debut the new Ligier JSF 422. And we've got those cars heading out on track here in just a couple minutes' time. A year ago, we debuted this brand new race car, and it's only fitting that its first weekend of competition is this weekend, 1 year hence, as the brand new Ligier JS F422 making its way down the pit lane and out on track for their first and only practice session of the weekend. We have 7 cars in the field. Expect that field to grow as the season wears on. As we mentioned earlier, the folks down in Ligier Automotive North America down in Denver, North Carolina, building these just as fast as they can, but at the moment, demand exceeding supply for these cars. So we expect more to be joining the field as the year wears on, but in this first weekend of racing, as we said, we've got 7 drivers taking part. 3 of those drivers have competed with us in the F4 Championship a year ago, but everybody else is new to the championship. Car number 10 is Felipe da Silva Corsi, a driver out of Portland, Oregon for the new USNG racing team. He is a sophomore at Santa Clara University in Business Administration, founder and CEO of a luxury clothing brand. Corsi, the brand there. Barrett Wolf, a 21-year-old out of Las Vegas, Nevada for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports, competed with us briefly a year ago. He had a 17th place finish at Circuit of the Americas, his only race weekend with us. He finished 9th in the 2023 Skip Barber Formula Race Series. Although he lives in Las Vegas now, he's originally from Chicago, attending UNLV. Nicholas Staddy in car number 15 out of Dalkeith, Australia for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. Car 24, Daniel Quimby, a 15-year-old out of Sydney, Australia for the Atlantic Racing Team. His best finish was a 7th a year ago at Circuit of the Americas. He's a well-known karter in his native Australia and won the 2023 Formula Pro US F4 Winter Series. Alex Crosby, another driver from down under. He's from Invercargill, New Zealand for Crosslink Kiwi. Pablo Benitez Jr., a second-generation racer, a 16-year-old out of Rosario, Argentina for Scuderia Buell. His father, Pablo Benitez Sr., is the team principal at Scuderia Buell. Connor Roberts, a 19-year-old out of LaGrange, Georgia for Team Roberts Racing, a sophomore at LaGrange College in business management. And Lincoln Day, a 17-year-old out of Jackson Hole, Wyoming for MLT Motorsports. Doing double duty this season as he's currently competing in the Skip Barber Formula Series, currently ranked 10th in that championship. He's only been racing for a year and a half, didn't come up through karting, so Lincoln, a late bloomer jumping right into open wheel racing. As you can hear the exhaust note of these cars with that new Ligier Storm V4 power plant. A very low and throaty exhaust note, very different from the higher revving inline fours that we're accustomed to hearing. This is a brand new chassis, again built to second generation FIA F4 championship specifications. You notice it does have the Halo cockpit protection device for the drivers. This car is about 50% more aerodynamically efficient than its predecessor. Aerodynamic efficiency basically is the ratio between drag and downforce. So this car generates 50% more downforce for the same amount of drag, basically. And our experience has been that it's about a second per mile of racetrack, give or take, faster than its predecessor. And that's been borne out in testing here yesterday, as these cars, obviously not as quick as the Formula Regional cars, who have twice the horsepower, but still quite a bit quicker than the cars they replace. The power plant, as we mentioned, is badged as a Ligier by the Storm V4 by Super HP. Connor Roberts setting the early pace here at 2:18.1. Just on his first flying lap. Lincoln Day, second quick. Alex Crosby, the New Zealander, forgive me, Alex. Barrett Wolf in the 13, Nicholas Staddy, the Australian. Pablo Benitez Jr. from Argentina. And Daniel Quimby rounding out the field so far in early going. Daniel Quimby immediately goes quickest, a 2:14.8. That is already about 3 seconds quicker than the existing F4 lap record with the older chassis. So you can see these cars here at Road America 4 to 5 seconds quicker than their predecessor. We're about halfway through this practice session for the brand new Ligier JSF 422s. Daniel Quimby still holding on to the top spot, a 2:14.26. Again, that's about 3 seconds quicker than the old lap record. Connor Roberts, about 8/10 behind him at a 2:15.1. Alex Crosby, the New Zealander in the number 41, about a 10th back in third. Just as I say that, Pablo Benitez Jr. moves up into the third spot. And that changes again as Alex Crosby now goes up to second. So Quimby, your leader. Crosby about 3/10 back. Connor Roberts is third quick in the 46. Pablo Benitez back to fourth in the 44. Nicholas Staddy now takes over that fourth spot. We've noticed, and I mentioned that earlier, that these cars take a little while longer to get temperature into the tires because they don't generate quite as much downforce, or they generate more downforce, so therefore the tires don't slide as much, and so it takes a little longer to get these Hankooks up to temperature. And they were complaining yesterday with overcast sky condition that it took multiple laps on this 4-mile-long racetrack to get the Hankooks into a working range. And they're obviously approaching that now as the field is really tightened up. The top 5 separated by just about 8/10 of a second, with Daniel Quimby showing the way. So Quimby, Crosby, Roberts, and Staddy, your top 4. Pablo Benitez is 5th. Lincoln Day 6th. Barrett Wolf 7th. Felipe da Silva Corsi has yet to turn a lap in the USNG Racing number 10. Hearing from race control, one of the drivers, in fact, the fastest driver out here on the track, is being asked by his crew to be shown a black flag because they've lost radio contact with Daniel Quimby in the number 24 machine. So they're going to bring him in so they can sort that problem out. Still about 9 minutes remaining in the session, so plenty of time for them to get that sorted. Quimby still quickest over Alex Crosby by just now about 1/10 and a half. Crosby's last lap was his best at a 2:14.4. Connor Roberts in the number 46. Team Roberts Racing Machine, one of 3 single car entries in this field. Daniel Quimby for Atlantic Racing, the Australian, setting the pace here. Pablo Benitez Jr. in 4th. Nicholas Staddy rounding out the top 5. Barrett Wolf and Lincoln Day, the only other cars with times. Again, we've not seen a time from the number 10 of Felipe da Silva Corsi. Alex Crosby in the number 41 had a little spin down at turn 5, but he has continued. Daniel Quimby did answer the black flag as the Atlantic crew will be working to get that machine's radio working. Nicholas Staddy takes over the top spot, knocking on the door of the 213s, a 2:14.075. Oh, I'm sorry. Just getting word from race control. It wasn't the 41. My apologies. It was the 44. Pablo Benitez Jr. was the car who spun down at turn 5. But Nicholas Staddy takes over the top spot, a 2:14.075 for the Australian. Daniel Quimby now second quick by just about 0.2 of a second. It's a great day for the Down Under folks. Nicholas Staddy from Australia, Daniel Quimby from Australia, and Alex Crosby from New Zealand in the top 3 positions. Connor Roberts, the Georgian, currently 4th quick. The Argentinian Pablo Benitez Jr., who just had his spin, is currently 5th. Barrett Wolf in the number 13 is 6th. Lincoln Day 7th. Just about 3 minutes remaining in this session. Daniel Quimby had an off at the kink. He's currently second quick. Remember, he came in to get his radio fixed, and he is only about 0.3 of a second off Nicholas Staddy's quickest time of the session, as that pair of Australians duking it out for the top spot in this practice session. This is the end of this final practice session of the weekend, as we will be in qualifying mode the rest of the day. As after the lunch break, at about 1:10, we'll go back to the top of the order for the SVRA competitors, and we'll have the first qualifying session for groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, and Miatas taking the track again at 1:10 this afternoon. Just a reminder for those of you in the SVRA paddock who are taking part in the Enduro on Sunday, there is a meeting at the Tech Building starting just about now. If you're not there, you might want to head that direction. And those of you in the FR, F4, and JSF4 paddocks, there will be a mandatory crew chief and drivers meeting in the medical building at 1 o'clock. That's about 50 minutes from now. Nicholas Staddy takes the top spot. Daniel Quimby second. Alex Crosby third. Connor Roberts, Pablo Benitez Jr., Barrett Wolf, Lincoln Day, rounding out the 7 cars who turned times in this session. Did not get a time from Felipe da Silva Corsi in the number 10 for USNG Racing. These cars will be back on track. They'll be the final cars on track for their qualifying session. That'll take place the late afternoon at about 5:20 this afternoon. We'll talk to you after the lunch break. And again, remember the dedication of the new Mission Foods Bridge will be taking place during the lunch break.
Attention in the pit and paddock area for F4FR crew chief drivers meeting at the medical building. This is your 5-minute call. 5-minute call for the F4FR crew chief drivers meeting at the medical building. This is your 5-minute and final call. This is your 15-minute call for our first afternoon group of 1, 3, 4, 5B and Miata, qualifying 1 at 1:10. This is your 15-minute call to the grid for groups 1, 3, 4, 5B and Miata, qualifying 1. This is your 15-minute call to the grid.
Good afternoon. I hope you enjoyed your lunch break as we are getting ready to go into qualifying mode the rest of the day. And we go back to the top of the order for our SVRA classes. This is groups 1, 3, 4, 5B and the Miatas as they're making their way out on track to set the grid for set the first round of qualifying. These SVRA groups do 2 rounds of qualifying. So this will be their first opportunity to set a grid order for their feature races starting tomorrow afternoon. This group will race at 4:25 tomorrow for the first time. Their second feature race will be on Sunday, and that'll be near the end of the day at 3:45. So that's what's coming up. These are Group 1, which are the small bore class. Think Mini Coopers, Sprites, Midgets, Alfa Romeo Giuliettas, those kind of things. Group 3, which are slightly larger series sports cars and sedans, produced prior to 1972. Think MGBs, Triumphs, TR3s, Austin Healey's. And Group 4, we don't have any Group 4 representatives here this weekend. Group 5 are for small bore, World Sports Car Championship and prototypes. And of course, the Miatas are the Miatas. The first and second generation Mazda Miata is now eligible for vintage competition. In this morning's practice session, Josh Bowler was quickest in the Group 5 Lotus 23B. No surprise, that car was so good it was banned from racing at Le Mans in its first year. In Group 3, Joel Weinberger set the pace in his Porsche 356B. Of the Miatas, Tony Fornetti was quickest in his number 14. And let's see, what else have we got? I think that's it for the class leaders. In Group 1, I think it was Evan Hubachek in his Morris Mini, setting the quickest time, 17th overall. So those were some of the front runners in the running in practice earlier today.
As far as the NAs and NBs from the Miata standpoint, the sad thing is they are vintage now.
Yes.
I mean, we remember when those cars first came out, how nimble they were and how fun they were to drive.
Yep.
But they're old like us.
Yeah,
which is a little scary.
Yes, the oldest Miata was born in 1991. So that doesn't threaten my birth date, but yours maybe. I don't know, Eric.
Well,
you're a spring chicken compared to me.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Not by much.
Oh, well. But you don't have any gray hair yet. Oh, wait, you don't have hair.
I don't have hair. That's the problem. I pulled most of it out trying to figure out car setups over the years.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh, man.
That's what we love about this vintage weekend and vintage weekends, plural,
Right.
here at Road America. Obviously, we have the 3 major weekends. Of course, our WeatherTech International Challenge with Brian Redmond.
Right.
And then, of course, our Fall Vintage Festival weekend as well here. But this is, of course, our first spectator weekend, if you will. We've had plenty of races here over the course of the last month or so.
Yep.
With some Enduro Series. WRL was here earlier. Obviously speaking, later in the year we get into the Lemons Enduros and things like that, and Champ Car. But you look at our calendar. These 3 vintage weekends, and specifically this one, I think is one of my more favorite weekends of the year. It's the first weekend I get to come out here and play too, so I'm
Sure.
I'd rather be in this office than my normal office.
I hear you.
Monday through Friday. So this office is way cooler.
Any day at the racetrack is better than pretty much any day anywhere else.
Exactly. But looking at this weekend, I think what we like about the vintage weekends is there is just a cacophony of different sounds, different engine configurations, different exhaust tones, and different manufacturers present the ability to see history in motion. I think that's what makes this one of the better weekends to come out and just enjoy the park-like atmosphere. I mean, we've had years where we've had sleet and snow on Friday and Saturday mornings. Don't think we're going to have that problem this year. Knock on some wood somewhere.
Fingers crossed.
It is Wisconsin after all. But highs in the 60s, 70s today and throughout the weekend, shaping up to be a really good spring vintage festival.
Indeed. And we've had lots of fun with practice all morning. But like I said, now we're into qualifying mode. First of two qualifying sessions for these drivers. When we get into our formula groups, they only have a single qualifying session, and that will be this afternoon, which will set the grid for their first of three races. Our three formula classes have three races on the weekend. The SVRA groups have two. So plenty of racing to go. That'll all be starting tomorrow afternoon, right after the lunch break. And Sunday is racing all day, every day. So looking forward to that as the weekend progresses. But the immediate matter in front of us is the qualifying session for these groups. And we'll see how it shakes out as they're just on their first flying lap. We'll begin to run some times for you as the session wears on. We do have an enduro as well. That's coming up Sunday morning. That'll be the first thing out of the box Sunday, starting at 8 o'clock. It'll be fun to see how many cars show up for that one. The entry list for the enduros usually grows as the weekend wears on. And depending on what kind of weekend some of these drivers have, some of them sign up for the enduro and then decide, maybe I won't play after all. So we'll see how that shakes out. But the sprint races, again, starting tomorrow right after the fan walk. By the way, I'd like to invite all of you to come down on the pit lane and meet some of these drivers up close and personal. That will lead up to our first feature race of the weekend for the SVRA competitors. That's for groups 10, 12A, and the new TA2 club racers. So the sort of high-powered, more contemporary American Iron takes part in most of those groups. And that'll be coming up at 12:50 tomorrow, but the fan walk starts about half an hour prior to that at 12:15. You'll have a chance to see these cars up closer if you haven't had a chance to stroll through the paddock. One other reminder, paddock access is always free for these vintage weekends, so be sure to make your way into the paddock and see these beautiful cars. And you'll find that the owners are usually quite anxious to talk about their prides and joy and give you the rundown on how they came to be and what their racing history might be. Some of these cars have a very storied racing history. Others, spent their life racing in, SCCA club racing and no less important work, but nonetheless, these drivers and team owners, often one and the same, would be happy to talk to you about them. So if you don't get a chance to stroll through the paddock, come down to the fan walk on Saturday afternoon, and you'll see at least some of these vintage cars up close. We'll repeat that on Sunday, as we'll have another fan walk, but that will be leading into our finale for the Formula Regional Americas Championship, the quickest of the Formula cars here this weekend. Josh Bowler in that Lotus 23B immediately goes to the top of the order after his first real flying lap, and he will take the honors for Group 5 at the moment at least. George Ballback, the quickest of a whole herd of Porsche 356s. And Ballback at the moment in that green Porsche 356 Roadster, number 0, has the quickest time. In the Mazdas, the NB Miata of Tony Fornetti, the number 14, is quickest of that group at the moment. Evan Hubachek in the Morris Mini, with the checkered flag hood in that number 7, is quickest among the Group 1 cars in the very early going here. George Ballback and Tony Fernetti come by the line to complete their second flying lap. No change in the order as it stands right now. Joel Weinberger has just taken over the top spot in the Group 3 parade in his number 33 silver and maroon Porsche 356B. Weinberger's car is a 1962 356B. That was the second generation, had what they called the T6 body on that Porsche. Ballback's car is a 1960, a bit older, with the older T5 body style, but Ballback's is a roadster, whereas Weinberger's is a coupe. Scott McQueen moves up into third spot among the Group 3 cars, fourth overall.
Or as our good friend John Heindoff would say, a coupe.
A coupe, indeed. The Scott McQueen in the Austin Healey number 106. That's a 1957 Austin Healey 100-6 BN4, known among the aficionados as the, quote, Big Healey, unquote, with the 2.6-liter inline six. And Scott McQueen doing a good job putting it up into the thick of the battle for the Group 3 honors. Tony Fernetti continues to lead the Mazdas in the number 14, 7th overall right now. That's the NB, or second generation Miata. The NA, or the smiling Miata, number 36 of Benjamin Ficht is quickest of those. He's a couple spots down in the overall order. Evan Hubachek continues to lead the Group 1 cars, just a handful of Group 1 cars in the field. Hubachek in the Mini, number 7, with the honors at the moment. The session's about 25 minutes in length, it looks like. So we're just about halfway through with Josh Bowler in the Lotus. Definitely the quickest car here, but just one of a couple Group 5 cars in the field. In fact, as they run now, he is the only Group 5 car in the field, I believe. Let me just verify that. Yep. There were a couple more. There was at least one more Group 5 car. Ethan Alexander in his Legrand Mark 8 was out in the first practice session this morning, but we have not seen him in the field for this qualifying session. That Lotus 23B that Josh Bowler is driving, green colored, was a car that was introduced in the early 60s and on debut, driven by none other than Jim Clark, won the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, and they immediately decided to enter a couple of them in the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and the French, being the French, decided that there were all sorts of issues with the car that did not pass technical inspection. The windscreen was too low. There wasn't room for a spare tire. The rear hubs only had 4 bolts instead of 5, and so there were all sorts of issues. And despite much machinations, they were not able to convince the stewards or the technical people at Le Mans to allow them to run. And Colin Chapman vowed that Lotus would never enter the 24 Hours of Le Mans again. And during his lifetime, that was the case, although Lotus has been back since. But this car definitely set the world on fire when it first came out. And not too many years ago, I can remember in these vintage weekends, we would have a dozen or more of them, but they've become a little thin on the ground here in the later going, and we only have one of them here this weekend. But Josh Bowler doing a great job showing the potential of that machine. A 2:37.557 is his quickest time, 5 seconds quicker than the closest pursuer, and that would be from Group 3, Joel Weinberger in the 33 silver and maroon Porsche. Continues to lead that battle. George Ballback is second among those two Porsches, about half a second behind Weinberger's time. Bob Van Zelst now moves up to third in that class, the 3C production class, in the 12A blue and silver Porsche 356 Speedster. And he's about second and 8/10, second and 9/10 perhaps, off George Ballback's time. In the 3D production class, we mentioned the 106 Big Healy, the red one of Scott McQueen. No change in the Miatas. Tony Fornetti's got a pretty good hold on the NB Miata class, the number 14 blue and white Miata. Benjamin Ficht still leading the NA, or first generation Miatas, in the number 36 blue colored machine. Chris Candy, quickest of the 3E production cars, just in front of Alan Tom. Candy's number 34 is a Porsche 356B. Tom's is a Alfa Romeo Giulia TI. And we have a black flag on the session. We're trying to determine why.
Looks like a car off just before the Mission Foods Bridge.
Pulls off driver's right, it appears. So
just past the carousel,
yep,
just before the bridge. So black flag all. The cars will come to the pit lane.
That driver obviously wanted to get a look at the newly christened Mission Foods Bridge. About 8 minutes remain on the time for this session, we believe. Doug Radix pulls that 1955 Mercedes-Benz 190 SL into the pit lane. He's one of the Group 1 cars in the field. The 190 SL was sort of the smaller brother, if you will, of the 300 SL Gullwing, which was so revolutionary back in its day. This 190 has a 1.9 liter single overhead cam 4-cylinder motor, making about 104 horsepower, thereabouts. So not quite as potent as its bigger brother, but nonetheless, Doug has raced that car in vintage competition for a number of years. Number 191. Josh Bowler brings the potentially pole-sitting Lotus 23 to a stop just past our vantage point here. Back, looks like pit box number 32. Safety crews on the scene of the stranded car there, just in front of the Mission Foods Bridge, just at the exit of the carousel turn. So just a quick rundown of the class leaders. Josh Bowler, we've already mentioned, the only Group 5 car in the field. Among the Group 3C production cars, predominantly Porsches, although there's a couple Austin Healey 3000s in that field. Joel Weinberger in the 33 is quickest. George Ballback in the 0 is second. Bob Van Zelst in the 12A is currently third. Only two cars in the 3D production class. That's Scott McQueen in the 106 Healey and Jeffrey Butzer in the number 12 yellow Porsche 914-4. In the 3E production category, Chris Candy quickest in his Porsche. Alan Tom in the Alfa Romeo Giulia, number 1, and Brad Tank in the number 10 MGB are the top 3. Only a single B sedan in the field, the 3BS category. Kevin McNiff in his number 140 Opel Manta. And then finally the 2 Miata classes. In the NA category, Benjamin Ficht quickest in the number 36. Patrick O'Hara in the 143 and Michael Tomei in the 93 are your top 3. In the NB category, Tony Fornetti continues to lead in the 14. Mike Stagel in car 91 and Alan Schomer in the 77 is third. And finally, in the 2 Group 1 cars, Evan Hubachak in the Morris Mini, number 7. And the aforementioned Mercedes 190 SL of Doug Radix, number 191 in the Group 1F production category. So those are your top 3 in each class as we wait for the recovery work to conclude there at turn 10. Green flag is out. Course is clear. And just a little bit of time remains in this one. We expect about 3 or 4 more minutes. Maybe enough time to get one out lap and perhaps a flying lap in before the checkered flag flies. But again, these drivers will have a second chance to qualify, as round 2 qualifying for these drivers will be tomorrow morning at 10:20. Most of the field has already headed back to the paddock, so just a handful of cars out here after the restart, and the checkered flag is already out. So looks like the field pretty much set. I didn't see anybody improving on this final lap. Coming up next, first round qualifying for Group 2. That's the non-Wings and Slicks Formula cars. Coming up next. Five-minute warning has been given to the grid for Group 2. Founded in 2007, JRI is known for being on the cutting edge of technological advancements in the shock and suspension industry. All JRI shock products are hand-assembled in Mooresville, North Carolina, using only the highest quality materials. Along with the countless wins and championships in racing's highest levels, JRI products have been featured on street cars and motorcycles. Discover the advantage of JRI shocks at jrishocks.com. JRI Shocks, an authorized shock supplier of Trans Am, Formula Regional Americas, F4 US, and the JSF4 Championship. The home of America's tastiest duck, Joe Jerkowitz & Son Limited, is a family business that goes back over 4 generations. At tastyduck.com, JJS offers farm-fresh whole ducks, fully cooked duck, meal kits, ingredients, and much more delivered directly to your doorstep. Owned and operated by a veterinarian, JJS is focused on sustainability and the humane treatment of their free-roaming, antibiotic, and hormone-free ducks. From award-winning chefs to podium-finishing drivers, Tasty Duck always comes in first place. Joe Jerkowitz & Sons, the official duck supplier of Trans Am and SVRA.
Catalyst Exhibits is a sponsor of the official exhibit and design service of Road America. If trade shows and events are part of doing business, Catalyst designs, builds, and executes in-person experiences that can accelerate your brand into the winner's circle. Follow the link on the Road America website to get started. There's nothing good about a dirty car. Whether you drive a race car, a sports car, or any car, the fastest way to clean and wax any car is use the Glosser microfiber towels. The Glosser is available everywhere better car care products are sold, including right here at the Paddock Shop. If you have no time to wash, then gloss. Raw horsepower, incredible speed, responsive handling. Why let the racers on the track have all the fun? With a zero-turn riding mower from Skag Power Equipment, you can experience these things too right at home on your own lawn. And no matter how big or small your yard is, Skag is a mower that's right for you. To learn more about the full line of high-performance American-made lawn mowers from Skag, be sure to check out skag.com. That's SCAG.com. People can't stop screaming about Screamin' Sicilian frozen pizza. And no wonder, there's plenty to scream about, like buttery stone-fired crust, secret recipe sauce, mounds of whole milk mozzarella, and tons of premium toppings. And it's super delicious, too. Grab a slice of Screamin' Sicilian at the food truck located in the Paddock Midway. After the races, you can taste what all the screamin' is about by finding your Screamin' Sicilian premium craft frozen pizza in your local grocer's freezer. Screamin' Sicilian. Taste what all the screamin' is about.
And our second qualifying session getting underway. Again, these are for Group 2. Group 2 are pre-1973 Formula cars, conforming to SVRA Classic Formula car regulations. Basically, think Formula cars before the advent of aerodynamics. So no wings, no slicks. They run on treaded tires for the most part. These were cars back in the day when mechanical grip was king. Looking at the results from practice this morning, Steve Grundahl in the FB, which is Formula B, Brabham BT29 was quickest by almost 4 seconds over Pierce Rader in the number 68 Lotus 69B Formula B. Travis Ingen in his Chevron B17 was third fastest among the Formula Bs. In the Post Club Fords, Patrick Flynn was quickest in the number 29, fifth overall in his Van Diemen RF87. Ken Baum was second among the Post Club Fords in the number 97 Euroswift SE1. In the Club Ford class, Jeffrey Tillich in the number 36 Lola T440 was quickest over Daniel Ahrens, the second, in the number 127, a Crosley 32F. In the Formula Ford class, Mark Repka was quickest in the number 77, 10th overall, in his Caldwell. John McMurray in the number 47 Royale RP3A was second quick. Tonis Kazimit's heading out in his number 666 Brabham BT29. He'll be a contender for the pole for sure. Tonis has won in just about any kind of Formula car he's ever sat in, and he did not take part in practice this morning.
Not really a surprise to have Steve Grundle on top of the charts here. A ton of laps. Pierce Rader as well as Travis Engen. Travis Engen drives typically 5-6 different groups on some vintage weekends as well. But
I think he's only got 3 here this week.
3 this week,
but still.
but yeah, it's he's obviously a ton of laps here. All 3 of them at the front of this field, and usually these cars have quite a good race. They quite a tussle with the draft with these long straightaways here at Road America. Should be a good weekend of racing for once we get into the racing action here for Group 2.
Yeah, exactly right. Patrick Flynn from Australia in that number 29 car at one time was one of the principals of the Crosslink Kiwi team, which has been a dominant force in our Formula car paddocks for a number of years. Patrick has moved on to other enterprises and now has some time to get back in the seat of a car that he did a lot of racing with back in his native Australia. So great to have Patrick in the field, leading the post-Club Ford category in his Van Diemen. Ross Ambrose, the founder of the Van Diemen chassis manufacturer, along with his partner Ralph Furman, who did most of the design work, named the company after his homeland, which was at one time called Van Diemen Land. It's now Tasmania, basically, an island off the coast of Australia. Right now, the top 4 cars, all from the FB category. And they are a pair of Brabham BT29s, a Lotus 69B, and a Chevron B17. Steve Grundle in the Brabham, number 4, is quickest at the moment. Pierce Rader in the Lotus, number 68, is second. Mark Giroux and one of the other B29s is third. Travis Engen in the Chevron is fourth in the number 1. Tonis Kazimit's now on his first flying lap, so we'll keep a close eye on that black and gold 666 Brabham BT29. Steve Grundahl holds on to the top spot in the number 4 Brabham. His best lap, a 2:20.818. Tonis Kasemets, as is suspected, is right up in the thick of it. He is second quick right now in a very similar car, but about 4 seconds off Grundahl's pace, but this was only Kasemets' first flyer. Pierce Rader in the 68 Lotus is back to third, only 6/1000ths of a second behind Tonis Kasemets. Travis Engen in the Chevron number 1, another 10th.5 back, with Marc Giraud rounding out the top 5, all Formula B cars, in the number 59 Brabham. Dan Rhodes in the number 34 car had an off in his Taiga Formula Ford, but has continued. He's currently in 12th overall. He's currently third among the Club Ford category. As we're about halfway through this session. We talked about Patrick Flynn and his Van Diemen, quickest of the Post Club Fords. Second among the Post Club Fords is Ken Baum in the number 97. That's a Euro Swift. Euro Swift is basically the Swift DB1, which was revolutionary when it was introduced here. Built to the slightly different UK Formula Ford specification. Tonis Kasemets has taken over the top spot overall and in FB in the 666 Brabham BT29, a 2:19.306. Steve Grundahl now second by just about 0.6 of a second, so that battle's not over yet. And then about 4.5 seconds back to third place runner Pierce Rader in that Lotus 69B. In the Club Fords, Jeffrey Tillage continues to lead in the number 36 Lola T440. Second quick, the 127 Crosley 32F of Daniel Aarons the second. That Crosley was a very popular Formula Ford in especially in Great Britain. Nigel Mansell got his start driving a Crosley. Dan Rhodes is third. He's the one who had an off a couple laps ago, but has continued in his number 34 Taiga Formula F. Tim Schengen and Howden Ganley were the founders of Taiga back in the day, and the name is an anagram of their names. Only other class we haven't talked about is the Formula Ford class, the 77 of Mark Repka, quickest in his Caldwell Formula F. Caldwell, under the Auto Dynamics name, made their fortune and fame in the Formula V predominantly, but the Caldwell showing good pace here. John McMurray in the number 47 Royale RP3A. The Royale, designed and built by Bob Marston, who eventually moved to Lola. His company was known as Racing Preparations. That's where the RP comes from. Jacques Dressang and the number 21 Eldon PH10B is third among the Formula Fs, but he's only turned a single lap, so Jacques with some issues.
And that car itself in its 51st year.
No kidding. Tonis Kazmats goes a little bit quicker as he stretches his lead over Steve Grundahl to just about 0.8 of a second. Kazmats' last lap was his best at a 2:19.105. Grundahl at a 2:19.951. Those two definitely the class of the field, as Pierce Rader in third is about 4.5 seconds off that pace. Jacques Destrang, who we just talked about, making his way down the pit lane. So apparently it came in after an installation lap to try to correct an issue, and he's still got a little time to sort that out. Marc Giraud in the number 59 Formula B Brabham also rolls down the pit lane. Grid is open for Formula Regional Americas qualifying. Formula Regional Americas qualifying. Grid is now open. That'll be the next session out. Unlike their SVRA brethren, the Formula Regional F4 US and JSF4 drivers only have one qualifying session, which sets the grid for their first of 3 races on the weekend. Tonis Kazmats goes even a little quicker. Steve Grundahl trying to keep pace with him. Also turns in his personal best, but Kazmats beginning to draw away. Just over a second now, separating our top two. Kazmats in the black 666 with gold highlights. Steve Grundahl in the blue and white number 4. Travis Engen looks like he's going to stand on his time as he rolls down the pit lane. As it looks right now, he'll start outside of row 2 in that number 1 Chevron. Just about at the end of this session, Tonis Kasmets, the provisional pole sitter, has rolled into the pit lane, so I guess he's going to stand on that 2:17.7 that he turned. Pierce Rader, currently inside of row 2, sets his personal best at a 2:24.034, almost 5 seconds off Steve Grundahl's time, just ahead of him. Checkered flag in the hand of the starter. First to see it is the number 9 of Matthew Primack in his Brabham BT18. The BT18, a Formula Ford as opposed to a Formula B chassis. Still had the Ford Kent engine, which would go on to be the dominant power plant in Formula Ford for a number of years. Kaizen Autosport is based at VIR and provides instruction and driving experiences for novices to advanced race drivers seeking SVRA licenses or super licenses. Kaizen has a program that meets your racing desires, and you can drive your own race car or rent a track-prepped sports car or even rent a modern downforce race car. Kaizen offers a driving experience for everyone, the curious, the novice, or the committed racer. Kaizen Autosport, licensing partner for SVRA. Magic Motorsport products have been designed to meet any performance challenge and offer solutions to those looking to outfit their automotive workshops with the latest innovations in the field. Magic Motorsport, the official engine tuning company of SVRA. Welcome to the Formula Regional Americas Championship as we are heading out for our one and only qualifying session. This session will set the grid for race number 1 for these drivers. That'll be coming up tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning, our first race of the weekend. These cars are coming out onto the qualifying grid based on their performance in practice earlier today. So Patrick Woods-Toth, the reigning U.S. F4 champion, makes his way down the pit lane, leading the field out. Woods-Toth from Montreal, a 20-year-old. Again, won the U.S. F4 championship a year ago, taking advantage of the scholarship to move up to the Formula Regional Americas Championship. Patrick, a graduate of the Radford Racing School, Karts to Cars scholarship. He's a protege of Ron Fellows. And we'll be visiting Ron's home track a little later this season as we're heading up to Canadian Tire Motorsports Park for our first international visit for the FR Series. The F4 Championship has raced at CNTP prior to that, but Patrick will be near his homeland, if you will. Second in the order in the practice sessions was Nico Ambiato in the number 55. Nico out of Santiago, Chile, although he's living in Florida at the moment. He's with the Velox USA Speed Factory team, sponsored by T-Link and Allegro. He did a partial season with us a year ago in the F4 Championship, stepping up to the FR Championship this year. He has multiple South American karting titles and was a 2-time winner in the 2023 Formula Pro USA Winter Session. Yeah, just see race control has spotted a piece of debris at turn 12, which is Canada Corner, and they don't want to run the risk of any of these cars running over it, perhaps causing an incident or cutting a tire. So they're going to red flag this session so they can get out and pick up that piece of debris. Just keeping an eye on the camera to see if they've been able to get that piece of debris scattered or picked up, should we say. But the field has all made it into the pit lane. They're lined up down at the pit exit. The cars are, now that we're in qualifying mode, the cars are in Park for May conditions, so the teams are not permitted to make any adjustments to the cars during these red flag conditions. They can provide what we call driver comfort. They can put an umbrella over the cockpit, hand the driver a bottled water, but that's the extent of it. They can't make any changes to the car. Titus Sherlock third in the order for this qualifying session in the number 31. Titus out of Prosper, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi, finished second in the F4 championship a year ago. He was the vice champion to Patrick Woodstoth. 2 wins and a pair of podiums in his career. Jet Bowling is fourth in the order in the 0-2. Jet out of Dallas, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi. Had a 10th place finish at VIR a year ago. Finished 5th in the 2023 Formula Pro USA Championship, Formula 4, with 2 wins in 2 starts. He's a freshman at Texas A&M studying engineering. Ryan Sheehan was the vice champion of the FR Series a year ago. Ryan out of Austin, Texas for Crosslink Kiwi. 2 wins and 11 podiums in his FR career. In F4, he finished 4th in the championship in his final year of competition in 2022. He notched 2 wins and 6 podiums over his F4 career. So Ryan, one of the preseason favorites for the championship this year. Justin Garrett in the number 17 out of Miami, Florida for the Speed Factory team. He raced here a year ago with his best finish of 18th. Car number 6, Nicole Haverda, the only female in our field. She's an 18-year-old out of Comox, British Columbia for Crosslink Kiwi as well. She finished 12th in the championship. She had a 5th place finish at New Jersey a year ago, as well as at VIR. She had 7 wins and 2 podiums from 9 races in the Formula Pro USA F3 Championship. Hayden Bowlesby in the number 22 for IGY6 Motorsports. Okay. Hayden Bowlesby, as we mentioned, in the number 22, out of Folsom, Louisiana, drives for his father's IGY6 Motorsports team. IGY6 stands for I Got Your 6. Their team devoted to veterans. Hayden's dad is a veteran himself. The crew and people that work on the cars, all veterans as well. They're sponsored by Save 22. It's a charity that helps to raise awareness for the fact that we lose 22 veterans every day to suicide. Hayden finished 6th in the championship a year ago. He has a single podium finish to his credit. James Lawley in the number 77 out of Halifax, Nova Scotia for the Atlantic Racing team. Raced with a partial season with us a year ago. His best finish was a 7th at Circuit of the Americas. He finished 3rd in the 2023 Formula Pro USA F4 Championship with a win and 5 podiums. Rico Slauman in the number 25 from Los Angeles, a 21-year-old, also driving for Crosslink Kiwi. He raced with us in the F4 Championship way back in 2018 in a partial season. His best finish was 18th at pit race that year. But with us for a full-time ride in the FR Series here in 2024. Kevin Jansen is our only Masters competitor. Kevin jokes that he's older than the fathers of most of our racers out of Deerfield Beach, Florida for Crosslink Kiwi. He's raced with us for 3 seasons. His best finish in the championship was 14th a year ago. He's had 10 top 10s, born in Canada. A member of the Labatt Blue hockey team, the USA national champs of amateur hockey back in 2019 through 2022. He's a avid tennis player and a backcountry skier. And Landon Matriano Lim at the back, number 73. Landon out of Shreveport, Louisiana for Crosslink Kiwi. Last year, although he did not score a point in F4 competition, he did win the Homologato Perfectly Timed Pass Award, which was awarded to the driver who made the most overtakes over the course of the season a year ago. Basically, the difference between qualifying position and race finishing position. He picked up 64 places over the course of the 18-race season in 2023. Landon had an off in testing yesterday, did some damage to the car, and only turned a couple laps in practice this morning, so hopefully the crew's got that car back together. He's with the Crosslink Kiwi team. They certainly have the resources to make sure that car is good to go. Titus Sherlock had an off and on down in Thunder Valley, we understand, but he has continued. Patrick Woodstoth firing the first shot, a 2:04.861. That's within 0.8 of a second of the lap record set here 2 years ago by Raul Hyman. The race lap record is held by Callum Hedge, last year's champion, set here a year ago at a 2:03.3. We were well under that, or at least Patrick was under that in practice this morning. A 2:03.315 was his quickest time. So our experience with this very smooth track surface here with the repaving from a year ago is that it takes a handful of laps to get these Hankooks up into prime operating condition, or temperature, should we say. So expect these times to get even faster as the session wears on. Titus Sherlock currently second in this qualifying session, just as he was in the championship a year ago. Nico Ambiato currently third in the 55. Ryan Sheehan in the 66, and Justin Garrett rounding out the top 5 in the early going here. Woodstoth continues to go quicker, a 2:03.803. That is a new qualifying lap record, and just about 0.5 of a second off the overall lap record set in traffic with Callum Hedge a year ago. Nico Ambiato moves up into the top 3 on his last lap with a 2:04.836. Just about a full second off the provisional pole. Hayden Bowlesby having a great weekend here, just as he did at NOLA. Hayden finishing on the podium in race number 2 at NOLA. And he is just a one position off the top 3 in this qualifying session, a 2:05.458. Nicole Haverda in the number 6 had 2 points paying finishes in the first round at NOLA about a month ago. She's currently lying 9th in the championship for Crosslink Kiwi. Ryan Sheehan in the number 66, as we mentioned, the vice champion of the FR Series a year ago. At the moment, back outside of row 3 as he's bringing his tires up to temperature. Speed Factory's Justin Garrett, the number 17, currently 7th. Jet Bowling in the 02 for Crosslink Kiwi. Rico Slauman His teammate in the 25, Landon Montriano Lim, just getting up to speed in the number 73. Kevin Jansen and James Lawley are your 12 cars. Front row right now, Patrick Woodstoff and Titus Sherlock, separated by just about half a second, with about 10 minutes remaining in this session. Nico Ambiato's last lap was his best in the number 55 for the Velox USA Speed Factory team. Kevin Jansen in the number 24 overcooked it just a bit on the final corner, turn 14. His last lap, despite that, was his best at a 2:08.682. In fact, he comes into the pits. One of the things, if these drivers have an off-course excursion off into the grass or the gravel trap, the first stop normally is into the pits just to make sure that they haven't sucked any debris into the radiators, as these motors can overheat very quickly if they get grass in the radiators in the side pods. So Kevin making a precautionary stop. Ryan Sheehan overcooking it just a bit back around the carousel turn, but has continued. He's currently lying sixth. His last lap prior to that was his best at a 2:05.8, just 89 thousandths of a second off the fifth place runner, his teammate Nicola Verda. James Lawley in the number 77 had an off at turn 3, but has continued. Just about 5.5 minutes remaining in this session. issues back at turn 12, or at the exit of turn 12 at Canada Corner. There's a car made contact with the tire barrier and continued, but there's a little debris on the racetrack. They're covering with a debris flag, but the track remains green. Five minutes remaining in the session. The only driver to improve on his last lap was Landon Montriano Lim, currently outside of row 5 in the number 73. His last lap, a 2:07.139. He's about a half a second behind the ninth place runner, Jet Bowling, his teammate in the 02 car. Patrick Woods-Toth with a new qualifying lap record, a 2:03.803. But it's not quite an overall lap record, as he's still about half a second off Callum Hedges' race lap record set here a year ago. We understand a problem for Ryan Sheehan in the number 66 car, showing some evidence of an oil leak, and they're not going to send him back out, so his best chance will be outside of row 3 in the number 66. Again, Ryan was the vice champion of the FR Series a year ago with 2 wins and 11 podiums, so he'll have a little bit of an uphill struggle in the race tomorrow. Nico Ambiato in the 55 sets his personal best and closes to within a quarter of a second of Titus Sherlock. Nico in the 55, the Chilean, looking to perhaps move up to the front row. But the reigning USF4 champion, Patrick Woods-Toth, and Titus Sherlock, the number 31, both from the Crosslink Kiwi stable, holding on to that front row. Those two separated by just under half a second. James Lawley, who's had a couple offs in the course of this qualifying session from Halifax, Nova Scotia, turns his personal best, a 2:07.7. He draws to within about 0.6 of a second of Landon Montriano Lim in the battle for 10th position. Just about 2.5 minutes remaining. Jet Bowling improves his time. His last lap was his best at a 2:06.350 as he draws to within half a second of Ryan Sheehan, his teammate just in front of him. As of now, Bowling would start inside of row 4. Sheehan is done for this session, as we mentioned, with what looks like perhaps an oil leak. Right at the moment, he's outside of row 3. Checkered flag is in the air. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens as this last lap is scored. Nicole Averda first to see the checkers. She does improve her time, as she's right now stands outside of row 2. James Lawley in the 77 also improves his time, but not his position. He'll start inside of row 6 provisionally. Everybody has seen the checkered flag, so here is your provisional starting order for tomorrow's first race of the weekend at 9:30 tomorrow morning. These results are provisional, pending review by the stewards of the meeting. Your pole sitter, car number 27, Patrick Woods-Toth, the points leader coming into this round. Alongside him will be the number 31 of Titus Sherlock, both from the Crosslink Kiwi stable. Inside of row 2, the 55 of Nico Ambiato for Velox USA. Nicole Haverda for Crosslink Kiwi will start alongside in row 2. Hayden Bowlesby from the IGY6 team will start inside of row 3, alongside the Crosslink Kiwi driver, the 02 of Jet Bowling. In row 4, the 66 of Ryan Sheehan for Crosslink Kiwi, and his teammate, the 25 of Rico Slauman. In row 5, car 17, Justin Garrett for the Speed Factory, and the 73 of Landon Matriano Lim for Crosslink Kiwi. And finally on row 6, car 77, James Lawley for the Atlantic Racing Team, and the 24 of Kevin Jansen, our Masters competitor for Crosslink Kiwi. Next up will be groups 5A, 7, and 11 from the SVRA stable as they get ready for their first of 2 qualifying sessions.
Race fans know how to get out and do. Ice Cold Mountain Dew available at all trackside concession stands here at Road America. Pepsi, the official soft drink of Road America. Keep your hearing safe. Soundhouse Safe. Soundhouse, the official hearing safety partner of Road America. You can visit Soundhouse next to the paddock shop or one of the vending machines for your hearing safety gear. Sargento, the official cheese of Road America, inviting you to enjoy a delicious Sargento cheddar cheeseburger today at any nearby concession stand. Race fans know the best cheese is real cheese any way you slice it. Sargento. We're real cheese people. C-Tech Manufacturing is a premium aluminum card, cabinet, and drawer manufacturer. Competition at the racetrack has pushed C-Tech storage products to outperform the competition in efficiency, appearance, and functionality. Driven by passion and storage expertise, C-Tech's products have expanded outside of racing to serve many other industries. Whether it's at the track, in the garage, or at your place of business, take your storage to the next level with a custom storage cart, cabinet, or drawer from C-Tech Manufacturing. Mission Foods is proud to be the official tortilla wrap and tortilla chip company of Road America. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos, whatever you crave, Mission has the products you need to fill up and fuel up to take your race day to the finish line. So keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
Speaking of which, Mission Foods will cheer you up on the racetrack. We can also enjoy some delicious Mission classics like nachos, tacos, and burritos. Mission Foods has all your race day recipes that are too fast, too tasty. Grab your favorite Mission products, fill up and fuel up while taking in the awesome racing action. Mission Foods, the official tortilla and chip company of the Speed Tour. Motorsport culture is Omologato's founding design principle. Honoring the past by racing into the future is the company's mantra. This weekend's Omologato perfectly timed move of the race winners will receive a watch on the podium. The quality and price point of an Omologato timepiece is second to none. Omologato, the official timepiece of SVRA. And our next qualifying session for SVRA coming out on track. This is for groups 5A, 7, and 11. 5A are the Small Bore World Sports Car Championship and prototypes, raced between 1960 and 1972. Group 7 are World Championship of Makes sports cars on slicks, as well as under 2-liter sports cars as raced after 1972, as well as Can-Am cars raced after 1967. Group 11 are GTP Group C, ALMS, PSCR, World Sports Car, and Grand Am prototype cars, as well as SCA Prototype 1 and Prototype 2 cars, as raced after 1981. In practice earlier today, Travis Engen was quickest in his Audi R8 LMP. Brian French was second quick in his Ligier JSP 320, number 25. Ralph Lamacchio was third among the Group 11 cars in the number 7 Elan DPO2. Fastest of the Group 7 cars was Joel Weinberger in his number 73 Chevron B21. Jeff Miller in the Zero Kohler-powered Lola T496 was second. Robert Blaine in his March 75S Can-Am car was third quick among the Group 7s. A couple of Group 5 cars were Kevin Leparsky in the number 262 Carber Sports 2, and another Carber was second to him, the 28 of Kurt Leventon. Ron Pace in the number 6 car is Lola T492, 496. Off down at the bottom of Hurry Downs at turn 8, we understand, waiting to get restarted. Apparently that number 6 car is stranded down at turn 8, so they're going to black flag this session to get a course vehicle out there to recover Ron Pace's car. With just a couple laps completed, Brian French is atop the order in that number 25 Ligier. Ralph Lamacchia, second quick in the Elan DPO2, number 7. That's an IMSA prototype lights car. Both of them are, actually. Joel Weinberger in the 33 Chevron B21 is quickest of the Group 7 cars, currently third fastest. That's one of the European 2-liter sports cars of the era. Jeff Miller in the number 0 Lola T496 with Kohler power is currently second among the Group 7 cars. Kevin Leparski, quickest of the Group 5 cars, 12th overall in the number 262. That's a Carber Sports 2000. Mark White is second among the Group 5 cars in a vintage Sports 2. That's number 963, which is a Chevron B63. Field lined up here just waiting for the clearance of that number 6 car down at turn 8. The 32 of Thomas DePadster, his Elan DPO2, has elected to retire to the paddock. He's currently lying 9th in the order.
Safety Clean at Clean Harbors Company is the official fluid recycling service company of Road America. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid recycling services for the competitors racing here at the track. Safety Clean is the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all race fans to do their part to properly dispose of your used automotive fluids. Safety Clean, a Clean Harbors Company. Help make green work. Hall Matro is dedicated to providing innovative hydraulic equipment for rescue, industrial, and special tactics applications worldwide. Hall Matro delivers high-quality, innovative tools which consistently performs under the most adverse conditions. Hall Matro is the official rescue tool of Road America. Contact Jefferson Fire, your local Hall Matro dealer, to learn more. Race fans, you know it's important to keep your car looking great, so why not treat your residential or commercial buildings the same? Eden Valder Stone offers a full line of building and landscaping stones that really help polish up your place. Whether you're restoring your landscape or starting from scratch, turn to the experts at Eden Valder Stone. It's the preferred stone of Road America and the ideal choice for your next project. Crete Truck Centers, where uptime is our priority. Crete Truck Centers has a large inventory of new Mack, Volvo, Hino, Fuso, as well as road-ready pre-owned vehicles, with locations in Sheboygan and throughout Wisconsin. Crete Truck Centers is dedicated to keeping your business moving down the road by providing parts and service to all makes and models of trucks. Find out more at CreteGroup.com. Crete Truck Centers, the official vehicle recovery partner of Road America. In case anybody is inquiring about Indianapolis on this Friday afternoon on Fast Friday, Joseph Newgarden leading the way with the best four-lap average of 234.063. Felix Rosenquist sits in the fifth spot, 232.057. Will Power second quick, 233.172. Kyle Larson, 232.549, seventh on the docket as of right now. So Kyle Larson in his rookie campaign at Indianapolis on Fast Friday in the top 10 in the Fast Friday practice. Best four-lap average speeds. Qualifying, of course, yet to come this weekend at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway later today. Green flag is back out, and we resume this prototype session for Groups 5A, 7, and 11. Qualifying one back underway for Groups 5A, 7, and 11.
Just a bit over 10 minutes remaining in this one. With about 5 minutes remaining, Travis Engen has taken over the top spot, just as he did in practice in that Audi R8 LMP. That's a 2005 vintage. The R8, if you remember, had a string of victories, 5 straight at Le Mans. Brian French drops down to second in that Ligier JSP 320. French's car, a 2020 Ligier. That's a prototype challenge car, early generation, or late generation, should we say. Nissan 5.6 liter V8 powering it, making some 450 horsepower. The top 4 in the session now all from Group 11. The Elan DPO2 of Ralph Lamacchia is a IMSA prototype lights car. And Tim Roberts' Orica FLM09, a prototype challenge car with a GM LS3 V8. Joel Weinberger still quickest of the Group 7 cars, a slightly older vintage. At 33 is a Chevron B21, a European 2-liter sports car. Jeff Miller's Kohler-powered Lola, just about 2 seconds back, running second amongst the Group 7 runners. Checkered flag is in the air. We'll keep an eye on the timing screens, but it looks like the field is pretty well set, at least at the sharp edge. Jeff Miller improved on his last lap to close within a couple seconds of Joel Weinberger. Thomas DePadster and John Gooden all improved on their last time. They're currently lying 6th, 7th, and 8th. In the 11 GTP2 class, Travis Engen quickest in the number 2 Audi. Brian French in the Ligier second. Tim Roberts in the number 213 Orica is third. In the 11 GTP3 category, Ralph Lamacchia quickest over Thomas DePadster, number 32. They're both in Elan DPO2s. In the GTP4 category, Jack Donnellan is your leader over Evan Picor in the Rush, number 5. Group 7, U2, again, Joel Weinberger in the Chevron, and Jeff Miller in the Zero Lola, with Walter Volrath in another Lola, number 27, your top 3. And finally in Group 5, Kurt Leverton in the Carber S2, number 28, over Kevin Lebarski in the number 262 Carber, and Jeff Boston in the number 524 Lola T9090. Next up, Group 6, 8, and 12B. Coming up next. At Optima Batteries, we build and test every battery in the world's most advanced facility. Everything that goes in guarantees you get the most out. On the track, the trail, the water, anywhere. Ultimate power, performance, and reliability are needed. Optima Batteries. Did you know that there is a Petty high-performance speed shop? Petty's Garage specializes in offering products, state-of-the-art equipment, and personnel who have decades of racing experience. Whether you have a high-performance street car, a track car, or an all-out race car, visit Petty's Garage at pettysgarage.com to get all of your rides race day ready. That's pettysgarage.com. Cars making their way out on track for this qualifying session. Again, this is first round qualifying for all of these SVRA classes. They'll get a second opportunity tomorrow. Group 6 are selected big bore production sports cars and sedans through 1972. Think historic Trans Am cars, basically. Group 8 are series produced sports cars and sedans in production prior to 1979. And Group 12B, we've seen part of Group 12 already. GT and Sports sedans raced between 1973 and 5 years prior to today's date. They are production-based cars, such as the Motorola Cup or any other stock or prepared racing series. Early IMSA, GTO, and GTU small bore cars also eligible for Group 12. In practice earlier today, Jonathan DeGainer was quickest in that black Devon Evolution, number 111. Michael Orger in the number 969 Chevy Corvette was second quick. Rick Frang in the number 77 Corvette was third. Fritz Seidel in the Porsche RSR, number 21, was fourth. All of them from Group 6. In Group 12, the quickest was Ethan Tovo in the number 13 Toyota GR86 Cup car. In Group 8, Lisa Hansen was fastest in her number 110 Porsche 911S.
Just when we thought we were getting going here in this qualifying session, black flag all going to come out. Unfortunately, the beast of Travis Frang, the 5 Corvette, comes to a stop on the exit of turn 5 on the way up the hill. So we will have a black flag all as we need to remove Travis Frang in the 5 Corvette from driver's right at turn 5. And we'll get the session back underway.
That's a 1969, a C3 for those of you who are Corvette aficionados. Most likely has the big block 427 motor in it, which in street trim made about 550 horsepower, thereabouts.
Welcome to Road America. When products are designed, engineered, and manufactured right here in the United States, it signals a quality that's unsurpassed in the world. It also helps drive America's economy and our shared success. That's why WeatherTech is proud to say our products are made in the USA. From the legendary protection of floor liner to the seamless fit of cargo liner, give your vehicle the ultimate American-made protection with WeatherTech. Find yours today at WeatherTech.com. Jim's Golf Cars, sales, service, and rentals. If you're looking for a new or used golf car for the campground, if you need a fleet of cars for your golf course, have an upcoming event with transportation needs, or just looking for a cool cart to get you around town, call Jim's Golf Cars. They have it all. Check out the inventory available at jimsgolfcars.com or stop in to see the friendly staff at the Reedsville or De Pere location. Daily, weekly, monthly, or seasonal rentals, Jim's Golf Cars is here for you. Roaring engines, cheering crowds. It sounds like summer is almost back, and what's better on a warm summer day than a great group of friends and some Cedar Crest ice cream? It's the perfect topping for a fun day in the sun. Don't forget the sunscreen, and never forget the Cedar Crest. Race fans, EV charging has come to Road America. NTech Solutions has partnered with Road America and the Go Green initiative to provide free solar-powered EV charging at the track. It's located at the top of the Paddock Hill. Visit energybynTech.com. The Village of Elkhart Lake welcomes you to Road America and the National Park of Speed. Following today's events, head north out of the gates into Elkhart Lake for great food and live lakeside music. Let the fun continue at Wisconsin's legendary getaway, Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. Green flag back out here at start-finish of the TireRack.com Starters Bridge, and we should be just about ready to release cars back to the track, and indeed, cars thundering back off of pit lane towards turn one.
Travis was able to bring the car around under his own steam, as it turns out. With about 10 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, Michael Orger atop the order in the number 969 Corvette. Jonathan DeGainer, who led practice in that Devon Evolution number 111, is currently second fast. Fritz Seidel in the number 21 Porsche RSR. Third quick, and Scott Graham in the number 169 white Pontiac Firebird. Your top four. Now Rick Frang in the one of the Corvettes, the red, white, and blue number 77, moves up into fourth spot. That moves Scott Graham back to fifth. All of the top 10 from Group 6. George Ballback, the quickest of the Group 8 cars in the 0 Porsche 911. Lisa Hansen, second among the Group 8 cars, 13th overall in the 110 Porsche 911S. Kellen Weinberger in the number 36 Porsche 911, making it an all Porsche top of the order for the Group 8 machines. In Group 12, Jackson Tovo, quickest in the number 31 Toyota GR86 Cup car. Ethan Tovo in the 13 similar car is currently second among the Group 12 cars. John Coyle, third in Group 12 in the 09 Caterham C400. Just a couple minutes left in this session. Michael Orager, quickest overall in the Group 6 Corvette. The 6A production class, Rick Frang in the 77 Corvette is second. Travis Frang in the 5 is third. Robert G. in the other blue Corvette, the 696, is currently fourth. In 6 GT, Jonathan DeGainer in the 111, Devon, is the leader with Rob May in the number 13A Dodge Challenger running second. In the 6TA category, Scott Graham quickest, the 169 Pontiac Firebird. Scott Shadell in the number 36A Camaro, and Henry Vicosio in the number 76 Mustang, your top three. In the Group 8A production class, George Ballback in the 0 Porsche 911 over Larry Lunda in the number 99 Porsche 914. And then checkered flag is out. And for the Group 12 cars, in the MP2 category, Richard Meyer in the 177 BMW E30 over Andrew Munt in the 5A BMW M635. Charles Munt in the number 1 Jaguar XJS, the top three. In the 12 MP4 category, Ron Pauley in the 04 Lexus IS300 over the 27 of Werner Cordas in the BMW M235, and John Coyle in the 09 Caterham C400. As these cars make their way to the pit lane, we've got just about a 10-minute break for a track inspection here, and then we'll be back out at 3:50 for the one and only qualifying session for the Ligier JSF4 category drivers. Yep. Jonathan Gaynor turned in a flyer on his last lap, moving up to third spot in the 111 Devon, behind Fritz Seidel in the Porsche RSR and your pole sitter Michael Orager in the 969 Corvette. Travis Frang in the number 5 Corvette turned his best lap on the last lap, as did Henry Vicioso in the number 76 Ford Mustang. Pirelli is thrilled to be the official tire partner of the Trans Am Series. At Pirelli, we know that power is nothing without control, and we're excited to showcase it. Pirelli, the official tire of Trans Am. But also check out Pirelli Street Tires. Enjoy the tradition, technology, and innovation for your daily driver. If you're looking for performance tires for the winter or summer, check out the Pirelli lineup. Pirelli, the official street tire of SVRA. Pristine Auction is a family-owned online auction specializing in autographed memorabilia, sports cards, coins, art, and collectibles. The company works directly with the leading authentication companies to ensure authenticity. Pristine Auction offers several online auction formats with thousands of auctions ending each day. For more information, visit pristineauction.com. Pristine Auction, the official sports memorabilia online auction of the Speed Tour. Schultz's fuel cells are designed and manufactured in the United States to be safer, last longer, and outperform other fuel cells. Grab a copy of Speed Tour Quarterly magazine and find a great article about the company and Schultz's incredible motorsports history. Schultz Engineered Products, the official racing fuel cell of SVRA. Speedcom has firsthand experience in understanding the needs of competitors behind the wheel and in the pits, and the incredible demands required of equipment and reliable communications in all forms of racing. Stop by and see them in the paddock. Speedcom, the official radio of SVRA. As our Ligier JSF4 cars are about to come out for their qualifying session, want to remind you that we do have an autograph session scheduled tomorrow. That is for the F4 and the JSF4 drivers. That'll be at 11:30 tomorrow, and that'll be on the midway. A chance for you to meet and greet some of the stars of the future. They'll have some swag for you to autograph, or you can bring your own bit of memorabilia that you'd like these young drivers to sign. And again, that's tomorrow from 11:30 until noon in the vendor midway. And that'll be for the F4 and the JSF4 drivers. You'll have a chance to get the autographs and meet the Formula Regional Americas drivers, and as they will be taking part in the fan walk on Sunday. That's at about 11:55, leading up to the start of their final race of the weekend. So Again, F4 and JSF4 drivers signing autographs tomorrow at 11:30 on the Midway. And then the fan walk on Sunday for a chance to get the autographs of the Formula Regional Americas drivers. That's during the lunch break tomorrow at 11:55. Welcome to the first qualifying session of the weekend for the Ligier JS F4 Series, the first and only qualifying session, actually, as these drivers are taking to the track, getting ready to set the grid for their first race of the weekend. That's coming up tomorrow at 1:50 in the afternoon. The drivers are released based on their point standings coming into this round. Teddy Musella first in the order. Teddy out of Orlando, Florida, a 14-year-old, driving for Scuderia Buell. Bacon Zelenka, a returning driver from a year ago, out of Lyons, Illinois, for Crosslink Kiwi. Maite Caceres, the Uruguayan, currently living in Miami, in car number 6. For International Motorsports, next in the order. Kekai Hauanio in the 4th position, in the number 29 out of Plant City, Florida, for Crosslink Kiwi. Christopher Parrish in the number 83 for the IGY6 racing team out of Terrell, Texas. Drew Such from St. Charles, Illinois, for the single car Such racing team, car number 28. Car number 95 is Brad Madgman out of Australia, Melbourne, Australia, for Crosslink Kiwi. Parker Wallen is in car number 2 from Medina, Minnesota, for Jensen. His teammate Jake Pollock is 9th in the order, also out of San Antonio, Texas, for Jensen. Jacob Lauter from Edmond, Oklahoma, in the number 72. He is Christopher Parrish's teammate on the IGY6 Motorsports team. Dimitri Nolan is in car number 5. He's out of Fairview, Texas, for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports. And rounding out the field, car number 49, that's Harbor Das out of Solon, Ohio, for the Berg DMG racing team. These drivers will have 25 minutes to set their starting positions for the first race of the day tomorrow, or for their first race of the weekend, should we say tomorrow. These drivers, as all of 3 of our formula classes, have 3 races this weekend. The starting order for the first race determined by this session. The starting order for race number 2 is based on the fast lap each driver turns in their first race. Same thing with race 3, the fast lap in race 2 sets the grid for race 3. Each class of drivers is vying not only for the podium spots, but also one driver from each class is awarded at the conclusion of race number 3, the Omologato Perfectly Timed Move of the Race Award. It's voted on by the stewards of the meeting, basically the driver that they feel has done the best overall job over the course of the weekend is awarded an Omologato watch on the podium of their final race of the weekend. Teddy Musella, with 2 wins already on the season, is the points leader by 23 points over Bacon Zelenka. He has 2 podium finishes, but no wins yet. Maite Caceres, only 2 points behind Bacon. She also with a pair of podium finishes at NOLA. Kekai Hauanio has a win and a points finish at NOLA. Did not score points in the first race, which has put him about 17 markers behind Maite. Christopher Parrish, currently 5th in the points, with 3 points paying finishes. Brad Madgman, the same in the number 95 for Crosslink Kiwi. Drew Such, also with a perfect record of points in the first 3 races. Points, by the way, are scored on the FIA standard schedule, 25 for the win, 18 for second, 15 for third, all the way down to a single point for 10th place. We do not award bonus points for winning the pole or leading the most laps or any of that. It's strictly finishing position. And if you don't finish in the top 10, you don't score points. Jake Pollock in the number 1 for Jensen had a spin down at the bottom of Hurry Downs at turn number 8, but has been able to continue. These drivers run under the same rule set as the F4 US Championship drivers. The only difference is this is not a FIA sanctioned series. It's under the sanction of Barella Motorsports Holdings, the parent company of Speed Tour. Teddy Musella had the fast qualifying award at NOLA. And right at the moment, he is atop the order in this session as well. About 3/4 of a second clear of Brad Madgman. Kei Kaihawa Neo in the number 29. Currently 3rd in the order, but it's very early days. Still 18.5 minutes remaining. These drivers doing a pretty good job of finding themselves some clear track out on the racetrack. Scott Goodyear makes a point, our race director makes a good point in the drivers' meetings of telling these drivers in qualifying, don't try to get into a drafting duel with somebody, find a clear piece of track and hit your marks and put in your best lap. And for the most part, these drivers have done a pretty good job of spacing each other out, but inevitably they come into contention with one another and so have to make way to get that clear track. These cars are not as aerodynamically sensitive as their Formula Regional Americas brethren. They don't generate as much downforce, so they are able to follow closely and yield some pretty close racing, whereas the FR cars have to be a little more circumspect because, as with any downforce race car, the more downforce it generates, the more it disturbs the air for the following car, taking air most significantly off the front wing. So the drivers have to be cautious to make sure they don't follow too closely and disturb the handling of their own machine, especially in a qualifying situation where you're not trying to make up positions, you're just trying to turn a clean lap. Bacon Zelenka takes over the top spot in this session. A 2:19.552 is within a whisker of the race lap record held by Matt Christensen. The qualifying lap record was set here a year ago by Jesse Lacey at a 2:17.9. So we're still about a second and a half off that kind of pace. Teddy Musella about half a second behind Zelenka in second. Zelenka in the brilliant green number 45, Musella in the 25 car. Brad Madgman in the 95, now third by maybe a tenth and a half. Jake Pollock continuing to have an eventful session so far, as he has spun it at turn number 3 as well, his second spin of this session.
Not sure if he's looking for a career in agriculture, but has
could be, yeah,
been plowing through a little bit of the grass throughout the National Park of Speed here in this session. Looks like they're struggling a little bit with some rear grip. Maybe break by something that is not quite right with that car. So they're chasing something with that car right now.
The drivers, of course, do have the ability to alter the brake bias fore and aft in these machines. So Jake, not as experienced as some of the other drivers in the field. He is a rookie this year, stepping into this car for the first time. He's a 17-year-old out of San Antonio, Texas. So still coming to grips with what it's all about. 4 drivers in the field have competed with us before, and among them is Bacon Zelenka. He's the driver who finished 12th in the championship a year ago with a podium to his credit. He's got a pair of podiums already in this young season, so Bacon doing a good job. The young Australian Brad Madgman has been a revelation for us. He's from Melbourne. This is his first racing series in a full-size race car. He's finished 3rd in the KA2 2023 Australian Championships in his home country. Came to this country to race in the Supernats in 2019 and won the Supernats Micro Swift title. Jake Pollock off again at turn 3, so he's had an eventful session, but has been able to continue under his own power in each case. He's currently 11th in the order of the 12 cars. Jacob Lauder in the number 72 for IGY6, currently outside of row 6. Teddy Musella moves back to the top spot, a 2:19.173, just a whisker off the race lap record set here 2 years ago by Matt Christensen. Just a little over a second off the qualifying lap record, but it's still early days. We're just at the halfway point of this session. At this halfway juncture, Teddy Musella in the 25, the provisional pole sitter. Brad Madgman, the Australian, in the 95, about a quarter of a second back. Bacon Zelenka in the 45, 85 thousandths of a second back. Drew Such in the 28, another 86 thousandths of a second back. Maite Casaras in the number 6, just over a tenth back. So the top 5 cars separated by half a second. Kekai Hawanio, currently 6th, is about 4 tenths behind Maite. Parker Wallen in the number 2 for Jensen, about a second and a third further back. Harbor Doss, who had a spin very early on in the session this morning, doing a good job working his way toward the front. Currently 8th fastest in the 49 car for the Berg DMG racing team. Christopher Parrish, we mentioned, doing double duty this weekend, doing some off-road racing, as well as racing here in the JSF4 Championship in the 83 car for IGY6. He is currently outside of row 5, but only 9/100ths of a second off the pace of Dimitri Nolan in the 5 car for Crosslink Kiwi, who's just in front of him, with about 10 minutes remaining in the session. Christopher Parrish beginning to make a move, jumps up to 5th spot now in that number 83 car. Less than a tenth of a second behind Drew Such in the number 28. 4 of the 12 drivers have improved their time on their last lap. Christopher Parrish, the highest ranked of them, currently 5th with a 2:19.6. Parker Wallen, currently 8th, just turned a 2:20.7. Dimitri Nolan, 9th at a 2:21.6. Harbor Doss, 10th at a 2:21.8. Jake Pollock finally strings together a clean lap. He's currently 11th quick at a 2:22.613. With about 6.5 minutes remaining, the top 9 have not improved their time on their last lap. The bottom 3 have. Harbor Doss, Jake Pollock, and Jacob Lauter all improving. Teddy Musella for Scuderia Buell taking a nice leisurely preparation lap. Perhaps he's setting off for a good one here. Bacon Zelenka, the last time by, was weaving his way through some traffic looking for some clear track, so he might be one to watch in that number 45 car. Teddy Musella, the youngest driver in the field, just approaching his 15th birthday. Brad Madgman just had his 15th birthday about a month ago. Drew Such pulls into the pit lane. His crew having a look at the number 28. He's currently 4th, but only by a whisker. 86 thousandths of a second separates him from 3rd spot, and just about a 10th of a second separates him from 2nd, actually. So 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, very, very closely packed. In fact, 5th and the same. Less than a 10th of a second separates 2nd from 3rd, 3rd from 4th, 4th from 5th. 5th from 6th. Bacon Zelenka looking for that extra pace. Overcooked it just a bit, had a spin at turn 3, but he's been able to continue. Jacob Lauter in the number 72 had just a little bit too much enthusiasm coming through the final turn. At turn 14, had 4 off, but was able to continue. He stays outside of row 6. Once again, the top 6 cars separated by half a second. Jake Pollock had his third problem at turn 3, so that's a total of 4 in this session for the number 1. Perhaps it's catching for Eric Jensen's team. Parker Wallen, the other driver for the Jensen stable, also had an off at Canada Corner, but he has continued. He's currently outside of row 4. Kekai Hawanio improved his time on that last lap, as he is currently in 7th position. His lap a 2:19.977. As we're down to the final 2 minutes. Enough time for about one more lap for these drivers just now crossing the stripe. Teddy Musella looking for his 2nd pole position in a row, having clinched it at NOLA in qualifying, and right now he's atop the order here at Road America as well. Coming up on the final minute. As of this moment, no one has improved their time on their last lap. Checkered flag in the starter's hand, as these laps obviously will be scored as they come to the stripe. Christopher Parrish comes by, first to see the checker. No improvement for Christopher. He'll stay 5th. Brad Madgman takes the checkered flag in the pit lane, so he'll start no higher than 2nd. Parker Wallen unable to improve on his last flying lap. He'll stay outside of row 4 at the moment. At the moment, looks like the field is set. Teddy Musella will start on the pole in the number 25 car for Scuderia Buell. Brad Madgman will start alongside in row 1 in the number 95 car. Bacon Zelenka inside of row 2 in the number 45. Drew Such in the number 28 will start alongside him. In row 3, the 83 of Christopher Parrish and the 6 of Maite Casares. In row 7, the number 29 of, row 4, the number 29 of Kekai Hawanio, and the number 2 of Parker Wallen. In row 5, the 5 of Dimitri Nolan and the 49 of Harbor Doss. And in the final row, car number 1, Jake Pollock, with an eventful session, ends up inside of row 6. Jacob Lauder and the number 72 rounds out the 12-car field. Again, these are provisional results pending review by the stewards of the meeting and post-qualifying technical inspection. But that's the qualifying session for Ligier JSF4. Coming up next, Group 9. The fastest cars here this weekend as the Wings and Slicks Formula cars from SVRA next out on the order. Summit Racing Equipment has millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trailers, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Use the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy at the World Speed Shop. Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Summit Racing, the official high-performance parts source for SVRA. Sunoco offers a full line of racing gasoline, as well as formulas and accessories for all your fuel needs, no matter what type of racing you partake in. Sunoco can meet your fuel needs. Sunoco, the official fuel of SVRA. Since 1979, Tire Rack has been helping people find the right tires, wheels, and other performance parts. With their distribution centers packed 26 major tire and 60 wheel brands, they will be able to deliver what you need. Their prices are competitive and their expertise is unmatched. Tire Rack, the official tire store of SVRA. Here come the Wings and Slicks Formula cars from SVRA for their qualifying session. First of two for these drivers. Brian and James French in their two 1997 vintage Formula One cars led the order. Brian with fast time of the weekend so far, a 1:56 .238. James not that far behind with a 2 minutes flat, .683. Bruce Hamilton, best of the rest in the number 06 Swift 014 Formula Atlantic car. Gerald Sokolsky in the 46 Lola T9720 Indy Lights car was fourth, fifth to Travis Engen in the number 31 similar car, Lola T9720. Jim Booth in the Swift 016 Formula Atlantic, number 63, was sixth. Nathan Bird in the 00 JDR machine, seventh. Mark Giroux in the another of the Lola Indy Lights cars, number 30. Robert Blaine in the number 9 March Formula One car, and Garrett Grist in the number 54 Ligier JSF 422 rounded out the top 10 from this morning's practice session. James French wasting no time getting the Jordan up to speed. If you'll remember, he came in on the hook at the end of the morning practice session. Looks like the crew has got whatever malady he had resolved, and he came by us carrying the mail pretty well. Brian French flashes by in the Benetton Formula One car. Son James fires the first shot, a 152.077. Quick time of the weekend so far by a pretty substantial margin. Brian French comes by, a 159.9, not quite as quick as he was in practice this morning. Nathan Bird, the best of the rest, at a 207.337 in the number 000. Brian French going to go around one more time, looking for a little more pace. Looks like he took a bit of a cool down on that last lap. We'll see if he's going to find enough cleared track to be able to get a flyer in here. Aside from the top three, all from the 9 big open single-seater class. Mark Giroux in the number 30 Lola T9720 Indy Lights car, and Travis Ingen in the number 31 Indy Lights car are 4th and 5th currently. Those two separated by just about half a second. Jim Booth in his Swift 016 Formula Atlantic car, currently 6th quick. His last lap was his best at a 2:14.9. Garrett Grist in the number 54 F4 US car. He is currently 7th. Dave Oddie in the number 4 Renard Formula car. The number 4 is 8th. 9th to Josh Bowler in the number 19 Chevron B29. Robert Blaine in the number 9 March Formula One car, currently 10th. Brian French sets his personal best, a 157.5, but he's still 5.5 seconds off Son James in the bid for the pole. The three Indy Lights cars all running together on the timing order. Travis Ingen, the quickest of them, in the number 31. Gerald Sokolsky in the 46, about 3/10 further back. Mark Giroux in the 30, another 3/10 back. So those three cars of pretty much identical build, separated by 0.6 of a second. James French back at it, as already on the provisional pole by almost 5.5 seconds over his father, Brian. Going to see if he can go even quicker. We understand Mike Plotz is low and slow in the number 33, Ralt RT5. That's a Formula Super V car with a 1.8 liter Volkswagen inline four. Let's make that a 151.303 for James French in the Jordan.
Now, mind you, IndyCar qualifying last year, we were flirting with the 142s, 143s last year.
Yep.
So not that far off with a 30-plus-year-old car. So
Plus, none of the Indy cars were sharing the track with Formula Super Vs.
that as well. We do have a car around in turn 5. The driver's left. And sitting the wrong way. Counter race right now. Waiting on a point. And car is
Heading in the back door or turning around?
maybe going to the back door. Nope.
Or
He's going to try to rejoin. I think he's looking for a point.
we understand that's the 24 car. It's either Robert Bronstein or Dan Kane. We have two 24s in the field. Gerald Sokolsky taking the honors for the Indy Lights cars. Fourth quickest right now in the number 46 as he moves Travis Ingen back to fifth. Mark Giroux still in the sixth spot. Sokolsky turned a 206.339. Only 2/10 behind Nathan Bird in that 00 JDR anomaly. James French coming into the paddock one more time as we've got about 9 minutes left.
00 Black, I believe, is potentially off in turn 14, or at least that might be Nathan Bird.
Would be,
Off in 14, saw the puff of gravel on the exit of the apex up against the very end of the tire barrier at the end of the gravel trap. Driver's left of 14. So not that much time left to go here in this session.
It actually, Nathan has dropped to fourth now as they're going to show the black and the checkers here. As Gerald Sokolsky had just taken over third spot in the quickest of the Lola Indy Lights cars. Nathan Bird perhaps pushing it a little bit to see if he could get back into that top three.
So there you see the checkered flag of the TireRack.com starters bridge. And fast approaching the last 20 minutes, by the way, if you want to get onto the go-karts for this weekend. It ends at 5 o'clock out at the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex. So if you make the mad dash and tell them that I sent you, maybe you got a chance to get on one.
Eric said I could get on a go-kart.
Eric said I could get on one just at 5 o'clock. Hey, you guys. But nevertheless, 20 minutes before the end of the Briggs & Stratton Motorplex spectator karting for this SVRA weekend. Our next race weekend here at Road America is, of course, Moto America. The two-wheel riders and stars of that series will be here. Cameron Beaubier back with Moto America and putting on a whale of a show at Road Atlanta.
Indeed.
And at Barber this weekend, I believe.
I believe so, yes, sir.
So you're expecting them at Mid-Ohio later in the summer.
In August, yeah.
It is a fantastic race weekend here with Super Sport, Super Bikes, King of the Baggers, the Hooligans. Should be a good weekend in 2 weeks here at Road America. I know there are a few campsites still available, and tickets are available at roadamerica.com.
Or get the Road America app.
That as well.
There you have it. Just a quick rundown of the class leaders from the session just concluded, of course, in the 9 Boss class. Boss standing for Big Open Single Seaters. James French quickest by almost 6 seconds over Dad Bryan in the battle of the two 1997 vintage Formula One cars. Nathan Bird ending the session in the gravel trap at turn 14, third quick of that class. In the Group 9 F1 class, which is for the Indy Lights cars, Gerald Sokolsky in the 46 takes the honors over Travis Ingen in the 31 and Mark Giroux in the 30. In the F16 class for the 1600 Formula Fords, Ethan Tovo in the number 13A Megale, or Mygale, depending on how you want to pronounce it, Formula F over Jackson Tovo in the similar number 031. Those two separated by just about a quarter of a second. In the 9 Formula B class, Josh Bowler in the Chevron, taking the honors over Tony Smith in the number 15 Chevron. And finally in the 9 F4 class, Dave Oddie quickest in the number 4 Renard over Michael Popp and the number 13 Van Diemen. And Patrick Donnelly in the number 6 Megale, Formula Continental. As we get ready for our final SVRA qualifying session of the day, first round of qualifying will be concluded with groups 10, 12A, and the TA2 club cars. Those are the cars that will be taking part in the fan walk tomorrow, so on Saturday at about 12:15. Invite you all to come down to the pit lane and get a chance to see these cars and drivers up close. Perhaps grab a selfie or an autograph or two. And then after that, our final session of the day will be the First qualifying session ever for the USF4's new JSF 422 chassis. And that'll round out our day, taking us right up to about the 6 o'clock hour. A family-owned business since 1945, Trailers of the East Coast are in it for the long haul. Whether you're looking for adventure, a home away from home, or simply want to transport cargo from point A to point B, the Trailers of the East Coast team is ready to walk beside you every step of the way. Expect next-level products, next-level service, and a next-level customer team. Pull ahead with Trailers of the East Coast. Whether you're in need of a trailer, parts, or service, rest assured that Trailers of the East Coast has you covered. For more information, be sure to visit us online at trailerseast.com. Trailers of the East Coast, the official trailer partner of SVRA. Vintco keeps vintage motorcycle riders on their bikes and on the track. Focused exclusively on the vintage market, Vintco utilizes and manufactures a wide range of new, high-quality components to help customers with maintenance or restoration projects. Vintco, the official vintage motorcycle parts company of SVRA. Looks like the cleanup wrapping up down at turn 14. The 5-minute warning's been given to the grid for our final SVRA qualifying session for groups 10, 12A, and the Trans Am 2 Cup.
Road America would like to recognize our 2024 season corporate partners, our landmark sponsors, Aaron's Company, Sargento, Haggerty, Corvette, Briggs & Stratton, Brown County, Austin, Straubel Field, Quad, TireRack.com, WeatherTech, and C-Tech Cabinets. Our entitlement sponsors, WeatherTech, Expel, Bank First, MotorcycleBuys.com, and the Aaron's Company. Road America is pleased to feature Palermo's Pizza, Mission Foods Tortilla and Chips, Sargento Cheese, Cedar Crest Ice Cream, Pepsi Soft Drinks, Torquay Coffee, Carbless Cocktails, and Larry's Distributing Family of Malt Beverages. Our fire and safety sponsors, Home Outro, Jefferson Safety, AMR, Crete Trucks, Bobcat Plus, Wheelan Engineering, Finish Line Towing, Safety Clean, and Soundhouse Hearing Protection. Our corporate partners: Quick Trip, Spark Ops Fabricators, Wisconsin Lighting Labs, Sign Me Up, Skag Power Equipment, Yamaha, H&R Springs, Milwaukee Tool, Jim's Golf Cars, Mulch Express of Wisconsin, UW Green Bay, Marwin Sports, Catalyst Exhibits, Sheboygan Chevrolet, West Bend Insurance, Third Coast IT, Eden Valder Stone, Gravely, Clean Tools, River Run Press, Van Horn Group, and Wisconsin Lottery.
In practice this morning, Lance Wiskirchen was quickest in the number 33 Ford Mustang Trans Am car, or GT1 car. Bob Van Zelst in the number 34 Porsche GT3R was second quick. Adam Rupp in the number 70 Ford Mustang. Thomas Ellis in the number 8 was the quickest of the TA2 Club cars in his Camaro. Right behind him was Ed Savagian in the 09 TA2 Club car. The TA2 Club series is new for this year. It's a first step on the ladder to the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli's Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers TA2 series. It's a place for drivers to participate in the TA2 series with a place to hone their skills with shorter races, smaller fields, and more reasonable entry fees. The TA2 Club champion will receive a free entry to run in the season finale Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers TA2 Series race at Circuit of the Americas, October 31st through November 3rd this year, as well as a free Trans Am TA2 Series entry fees for the entire 2025 season. So there's certainly a valuable scholarship on offer for the winner of the TA2 Club. This is the third of 5 rounds of the championship. The first at Eagles Canyon Raceway, the second at Mid-Ohio earlier in the year, Mid-Road America. This is round 3. Then the final 2 are at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in June and Lime Rock Park in July. The cars from Group 10 are select GT sports cars and sedans, raced between 1973 and 1999. Also eligible are NASCAR Cup and Busch Series stock cars, as well as Trans Am and production-based contemporary GT cars raced from 1999 to 5 years from today's date. Also, a handful of cars from Group 12, which we've seen earlier, select GT sports cars and sedans raced between 1973 and 5 years prior to today's date. Production-based cars like Motorola Cup or other stock and prepared racing series, as well as early IMSA, GTO, and GTU small bore cars may be eligible as well. These are certainly some of the fastest silhouette cars here this weekend. The prototypes take the honors for the pace in the closed wheel category, but these cars, at least on the outside, look like their street going counterparts. just about halfway through this session. Randy Rupp and Adam Rupp with the top two places in their two Ford Mustangs. Randy in the 36 on the provisional pole. Adam in the 701, about 4/10 of a second back. Lance Wiskirchen, who was quick earlier in the day, and the number 33 Ford Mustang is third. Sounds like we're going to go black flag here as we've got a car off course somewhere. Car off at the end of the long downhill straightaway down into turn 5. Made it all the way into the tire barrier, maybe a brake failure. And it looks like it could be Randy Rupp in that number 36. Safety vehicles just now arriving on the scene. Yeah, just getting confirmation from race control. It is the 36 of Randy Rupp. Again, we don't have a replay of the incident, but where the car is, it sort of looks like it was a brake failure. Yes, he had to take to that or a stuck throttle. He had to take to the runoff area. The car's on its wheels, and the tires did their job of slowing it down. So Once again, we want to reinforce Randy is apparently okay out of the car. It's just a matter of getting the car up on the tilt bed, and they'll probably have to do some reconfiguration of the tire barriers. Again, they did their job and slowed the car down. So our pole sitter, the car that brings out this black flag, Randy Rupp in the number 36. Adam Rupp still second quick. Lance Wiskirchen third. Bob Van Zelst fourth. All four of them from Group 10. Thomas Ellis, quickest of the TA2 Cup cars, vying for that scholarship. Word from race control is it's going to be at least a 15-minute repair, so they're going to check her this session and send the cars back to the paddock. So the next cars on track will be the USF4 car, the F4 US cars for their qualifying session, which will round out the day. So checkered flag being shown, indicating that this session has concluded, and hopefully we'll be close to on schedule for the start of our final session of the day for the F4 US Championship cars. Just to recap, behind the top three Group 10 cars in the TA2 Cup, Thomas Ellis quickest in the number 8, Ed Savagian in the number 07 second, Brad McAllister in the 24 was third. In the Group 12 MP4 category, Jerry Robinson in the Viper was quickest in the number 14, Joe Dillon in the 9, Panos was second, and Clay Hargett in the number 79 was third. Randy Alexander over Rick Ortman in the 12 MP3 class, the only other contested class in the field. So that's end of round one qualifying for the SVRA competitors. They'll have a second bite at the apple starting tomorrow morning with this very same class. Groups 10, 12A, and TA2 Club will be the first ones on track at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. But don't go away. One more qualifying session to go for the debut this weekend of the brand new Ligier JSF 422 in the F4 US Championship. Race Logic designs and manufactures electronic systems to measure, record, display, analyze, and simulate data from moving vehicles. V-Box solutions have become an industry standard way to measure speed, position, distance, and acceleration. Applications include driver coaching and race series management. V-Box, official driver data and video logging company of SVRA. Since 1989, WeatherTech has been providing the best in automotive protection and vehicle accessories. True to its promise of quality and craftsmanship through its commitment to American-made auto, home, and pet products. Known for their floor liners and cup phones, the company continues to push industry boundaries with superior design, innovation, and engineering. WeatherTech, the official interior vehicle protection company for SVRA and Trans Am. And the recovery work down at turn 5 is just about wrapped up. The 5-minute warning's been given to our final qualifying session of the day. And that's the qualifying session for the F4 U.S. Championship as we debut the new Ligier JS F422. Cars are on course for our final qualifying session of the day and the one and only qualifying session for these drivers. We started the weekend with 8 cars, but we've still got 8 cars as there's been a driver change in one of the cars. The originally scheduled driver for the USNG racing team was unable to make it, so a driver has been pressed into service at the last minute. Marcelo Ponte, it looks like, is in the number 10 car for USNG Racing, so he'll be turning his first laps of the weekend in this qualifying session. Our other 2 classes, the F4 US and the JSF4 Championship, both had an opportunity to run at our first race venue at NOLA Motorsports Park, but we worked in conjunction with the folks at Ligier to delay the start of the JSF 422 cars at the F4 US Championship to the start at this race. And again, it's been a supply versus demand issue for the teams clamoring to get their hands on these new cars and Ligier building them as quickly as they can. But at the moment, we have 8 to contend with this weekend. Nicholas Staddy out of Dalkeith, Australia for Crosslink Kiwi will be the first one out, followed by his countryman Daniel Quimby in the number 24 from Sydney, Australia for the Atlantic Racing Team. Alex Crosby in the number 41 from Invercargill, New Zealand, for Crosslink Kiwi will be third across the line. Connor Roberts in the number 46 from LaGrange, Georgia, for the Team Roberts Racing Team. Pablo Benitez Jr. from Rosario, Argentina, currently living in the Miami area, for Scuderia Buell. Barrett Wolf out of Las Vegas in the number 13 for Crosslink Kiwi. Lincoln Day from Wilson, Wyoming in the number 54 MLT Motorsports entry. And finally, Marcelo Ponti in the USNG Racing number 10 out of Brighton, Michigan. This car is all new, designed from the ground up for the second generation F4 championship car based on FIA specifications. Among other things, it is 50% more aerodynamically efficient than its predecessor. Aerodynamic efficiency measured by the ratio between drag and downforce. So the more efficient a car is, it generates more downforce for less drag. So this car, 50% better than its predecessor. And it has a brand new power plant. Ligier has partnered with Super HP to generate the Ligier Storm. It's a V4 at the back of this race car. Has a very different exhaust note from the inline 4 that we run in the other series. The combination basically makes the car about a second per mile faster than its predecessor, depending on the track configuration. And what we've seen so far this weekend bears that out. This car is about 4 seconds a lap quicker than its predecessor, due in the large part to the better aerodynamic efficiency. The process of race car aerodynamics, especially for single seaters, evolves pretty much constantly. And a car designed in 2015 compared to a car designed in 2022 or 2023. And those learnings have certainly paid dividends for this machine. Just to give you an indication, the existing F4 lap record for the old car was set here a year ago by Jesse Lacey at a 2:17.9. The first flying lap for this car is at a 2:14.6. So they're already 3.5 seconds quicker on their first flying lap. Pablo Benitez has the honor at the first flyer with a 2:14.6. Daniel Quimby, second quick. Nicholas Stati, third fastest. Connor Roberts, Barrett Wolf rounding out the top 5 in the early going here. But lots still to come. The overall structure of the championship is unchanged. The new car is just the new car. Everything else remains the same. The points standings, the drivers vying for the scholarship to move up to the Formula Regional Americas Championship for 2025 is still in place. These drivers and the drivers in the FIA-sanctioned Formula Regional Americas Championship all are awarded FIA Super License points, depending on their finishing position in the championship at the end of the year. One of the things that we feel separates these championships from the other alternatives out there is that these cars are all built to the stringent FIA safety regulations for frontal and rear impact survival as well as side impact issues. The cars with the Halo cockpit protection device, as you can see. Daniel Quimby in the 24 car had a rough ride, but has been able to continue as he overcooked it just a bit on his first lap. Nicholas Staddy takes over the top spot, a 2:14.3 now, the quick time. Fastest time we saw in practice was a 2:13.8 by Nicholas Staddy, so we're not quite there yet. But everybody save 2 cars have turned their best time on their most recent lap, so the times are still coming down. These cars run the same Hankook slicks as the predecessor, with the Ligier chassis and the now Ligier badged Storm V4. SCCA Pro Racing, still the official sanctioning body as a ACUS affiliate, which is the FIA affiliate here in the U.S. Just about 15 minutes remaining. Nicholas Staddy now dipping into the 2:13s. Fast time of the day for the class so far, a 2:13.7 for Staddy, for Crosslink Kiwi. Daniel Quimby, his countryman, in the number 24 for Atlantic Racing Team. Just about exactly 1/10 of a second slower at the moment. Pablo Benitez Jr., the Argentinian for Scuderia Buell, another 3/10 back. So 3 different teams in the top 3 positions. Alex Crosby, the New Zealander, in the number 41 is 4th. The top 4 cars separated by just over half a second. Connor Roberts in the number 46, Team Roberts Racing entry, is 5th. Barrett Wolf in the number 13 for Crosslink Kiwi in the 6th spot. Lincoln Day rounding out the 7 cars that are taking part in this session. We have not seen the new driver Marcelo Ponti just yet in the number 10 for USNG Racing. With the last-minute driver change, there are some issues that need to be resolved. The driver must have an FIA license, among other things. So depending on whether Marcelo has all of that in hand, I'm sure there will have to be some maneuvering if they're going to get him into the car for this weekend. Next round of racing for these cars will be at my home track at the Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in about a month's time, a little less. And we're hoping more cars will be available from Ligier to expand the field a bit more, we hope. All 7 drivers, with one exception, have improved their time on their 4th timed lap. Top speed down to a 2:13.6. Daniel Quimby at a 2:13.7, just about a tenth off of that pace. Alex Crosby now moves up into the second spot in the number 41 Crosslink Kiwi car. So Crosslink Kiwi machines in the top two positions. Stati and Crosby, the Australian and the New Zealander, separated by 75 thousandths of a second at the top of the order. Daniel Quimby in the third spot, another 73 thousandths. The top three separated by just over a tenth of a second, to give you some indication of just how closely matched these cars are. The cars are all identical, obviously. So it's down to the skill of the driver and the skill of the team to maximize the setup on the cars. And a car off at station 3. We understand it is the 13 car of Barrett Wolf. He has beached it into the gravel trap at the exit of turn 3. So we're going to have to flash the red flag for this session to get him extracted before we can continue. Nicholas Staddy is your provisional pole sitter at the moment, but there's still about 11 minutes to go. This should be a pretty quick extraction of Barrett Wolf's number 13 car, so we should be able to get these drivers back underway to complete this session. The 41 of Alex Crosby in second spot, Daniel Quimby in third, Pablo Benitez Jr. in the fourth spot, Connor Roberts fifth, Barrett Wolf, who brought out the red flag, currently lying sixth, Lincoln Day rounding out the 7-car field in the number 54. Once again, these cars, once qualifying begins, are in parc fermé conditions. So as the drivers bring them down the pit lane, they should queue up down at the pit exit. Those who elect to pull into their pit box may do so, but they'll have to start at the back when the series rejoins. And again, the teams may not work on the cars during this red flag condition. They're certainly permitted to provide driver comfort, which basically an umbrella over the driver's cockpit or a water bottle, for instance, but they cannot do any adjustments to the cars once qualifying begins. Each car has 2 sets of Hankook slicks for the weekend, starting with this session. 2 sets of fronts, 2 sets of rears. There has been an adjustment to the rules for this weekend that permits these teams to check tire pressures during these red flag conditions. Prior to this, that was even forbidden, but they have made an exception this weekend to allow the teams to check tire pressures, especially with this brand new car. They want to maximize the ability of the teams to collect as much data as they can to extract the most performance from them. Just to clarify that, during a red flag suspension of a qualifying session, tire temperatures and tire pressures may be checked or adjusted, but only if the car is in its assigned pit box. Those cars that queue up on the fast lane to be released back into the field are prohibited from checking or adjusting tires. Still about 7 minutes remaining as we check the safety crew hooking up to the stranded car of Barrett Wolf. And I think their hope is try to tow him out of the gravel and let him return under his own power, as opposed to getting a wrecker down there and lifting the car out of the gravel. Safety crew attaching the tow rope as we speak. And they are underway as Barrett's slowly bounding his way through the gravel trap and just now back on the racing surface. They'll need to disconnect the tow rope and then hopefully he can refire and get back underway. And they might take a moment to brush any gravel that's been brought up on the track off the surface. And he's moving under his own power and doing the very sportsmanlike job of staying on the grass as much as possible to shake any of the gravel off rather than dragging it onto the racetrack. That's a good job on Barrett's part. Safety is returning to its staging area, so we should be able to release cars here just as soon as Barrett makes his way back around to the pit lane. We've got about 4.5 minutes still remaining on the clock. And I guess since this is the last session of the day, we're going to add a few minutes to the time. As we understand, we're going to go until 5:50, which was the time this session was scheduled to end. One-minute warnings being given to the cars on the pit lane. Red flags being withdrawn around the track, so we should be able to get right at it here. Looks like there'll be about 9 minutes remaining.
So what we call 1 minute race controls minute.
Precisely.
So that 1 minute becomes maybe one, maybe two. Course is now open. Green flag is back out, and we are back underway for the final couple minutes of this qualifying session.
Clock on the wall says 7.5 minutes remaining as they take the track. So time to do an outlap and maybe get 2 flyers in.
Somebody's clutch did not want to engage.
They're trying very hard not to stall these motors. Apparently, among the teething pains that the teams are discovering is that sometimes these engines can be bulky to restart when they're hot. And so they're letting everybody know, try not to stall it when you're pulling away. So you'll hear these guys giving it ample throttle to be sure they keep the engine running. So to recap, Nicholas Staddy, the provisional pole sitter at the moment, but by the slimmest of margins. The top 3 drivers, all from down under, as it turns out, 2 Australians and a New Zealander, separated by just over a tenth of a second. Barrett Wolf, by the way, has made it back into the pit lane. I'm sure he'll stop and the team will have a quick check. As it stands right now, Barrett would start outside of row 3. If he's able to rejoin, he can perhaps improve his time. He's about half a second behind Connor Roberts, who's inside him in that 3rd row as it stands right now. Daniel Quimby and Pablo Benitez Jr. both raced with us in the JSF4 series while they were waiting on their new car to be delivered. Quimby finished on the podium in the last race of the weekend. Benitez Jr. had 2 points-paying finishes in the 3 races. Those points, unfortunately, do not carry over into this championship. Clock continues to run by about 4 minutes remaining, enough for a couple laps, depending on how they catch the timing line. Alex Crosby taking the luxury of staying on the pit lane a little longer than his counterparts. So he'll have a clear track here, but he'll probably only get 1 more lap, where some of these drivers might get 2. This one and another. Pablo Benitez and Connor Roberts both improved their time on lap number 7. Benitez shown now in 4th with a 2:14.1. Roberts in 5th with a 2:14.4. So just 3/10 separating those two. Benitez closes to within 3/10 of Daniel Quimby, just in front of him. exciting qualifying battle here, especially in the top three positions, with just over a tenth of a second separating the top three drivers. Bragging rights for the first pole for this brand new car. And right now, with about a minute and a half remaining, Nicholas Stati has his hands on that honor. But I have a feeling that may not last until the checkered flag flies. One minute left in the session. Again, if they get across the line before the time expires, the lap they're on will count. But once a driver takes the checkered flag, then their session is over. Nicholas Stati goes a little quicker, a 2:13.488 for our provisional pole sitter, as he puts about 0.2 of a second between himself and Alex Crosby. Daniel Quimby stays less than 1/10 of a second behind in third. So those three will get another shot. Pablo Benitez Jr., Daniel Quimby, and Nicholas Stati will all get one more lap. As the checkered flag now in the air, the next car across the line will see that checker, as the field pretty well spread out around the 4.0 mile long 14 turn track here at Road America. Because of the late restart, everybody running in a close pack here. Alex Crosby, the last to take the checkers, and Alex Crosby not able to find that extra 1/4 of a second. He'll start no higher than second. But there's a couple cars still with an opportunity to improve their positions on this final lap. Benitez comes across the line, no improvement. Connor Roberts does improve. Daniel Quimby also improves, but not enough to snatch the pole. Connor Roberts, a 2:14.107, puts him up into row 2. Pablo Benitez shuffled back to row 3. Daniel Quimby in that second spot. Everybody has seen the checkers, so here's your order. Again, this is provisional, pending review of post-qualifying tech inspection. Nicholas Stati will start on the pole in the number 15 for Crosslink Kiwi. Daniel Quimby in the number 24, his countryman for the Atlantic Racing Team, will start outside of row 1. Row 2 will have the New Zealander Alex Crosby from Crosslink Kiwi and Connor Roberts in the Team Roberts Racing number 46. Pablo Benitez Jr. for Scuderia Buell will start inside of row 3 alongside Barrett Wolf in the number 13. Whether Barrett will have any laps deleted due to his bringing out the red flag remains to be in the decision of the stewards. Lincoln Day rounding out the 7 cars that turn times in this session. The number 54 will start inside of row 4. Again, the status of the 8th car in the field with a late driver change to be determined. That'll be that question will be answered tomorrow, as their first race will be at 3:40 tomorrow afternoon. Eric Miller and I will be with you at bright and early tomorrow morning, as we'll welcome the campers at about 7:30. The first cars will take the track at 8 o'clock for round 2 qualifying for the SVRA Groups 10, 12A, and the TA2 Club. Eric, it's been a good day.
It has been a good day, fairly incident-free, other than a couple of minor situations. So we'll take those days. Those are the good ones. We'll have a great Fast Friday conclusion right now. We'll get you for a satisfying Saturday tomorrow morning. We'll wake you up at 7:30, get on track at 8 o'clock. For John Phippen, I'm Eric Miller, reminding you that race car spelled backwards is still race car. Have a safe night, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Safe travels home.